Breaklenken. Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the second day of this event organized by Shift2Rail. For those of you who participated yesterday, thanks for being with us again, and for all the others, I hope you will enjoy the day. My name is Indra de Witte, Chief Editor of a Belgian newspaper, and I'm glad to be your host for the second part of the event. And I'm here with Carlo. Carlo, yesterday was really an intensive day, wasn't it?
Incredibly intensive. Good morning to everyone.
Yeah, we'll do this very good today.
Absolutely,
We're
full
really
of energy.
ready, full of energy. What are we going to do, ladies and gentlemen? As I said yesterday, we want to highlight the importance of a successful transformation of Europe's rail system. And why yesterday, Carlo, it came out loud and clear. A huge mind shift is happening, building upon the work performed within Shift2Rail and also in other key initiatives. Rail has the ambition to offer new services, answering evolving needs and address its operational and technological issues with a forward-looking system approach. The Shift2Rail successor will have a major responsibility, bringing together the sector to deliver it for passengers, freight, but also to ensure the necessary involvement of the rail workforce in such a transition. So how are we going to proceed today? We will have the occasion to listen to several interesting panel discussions. The first one will be about rail freight and innovation. Please notice that at the same time, there will be two parallel sessions on Shift2Rail projects running until lunchtime. We will also follow a dialogue between the European coordinator for RTMS on the work plan and the executive director of the European Union Agency for Railways. And after lunch, there's another webinar on the role of rail in member states' innovation strategies. And then we'll all witness the live signing of a memorandum of understanding between Shift2Rail joint undertaking and the Canadian Urban Transit Research and Innovation Consortium. May I also remind you, ladies and gentlemen, of the possibility of participating by using Slido. You just enter the event code S2R_enough days, and then you can ask your questions yourself. Ladies and gentlemen, so far for the agenda.
So, Indra, yesterday we had the unfortunate situation that Commissioner Valen was not able to join us, but he should be with us today, and we'll see if he's connected with us. Commissioner Valen? Are you connecting with us? We hope that we have solved the technical issue of yesterday. She's available today. It's
She's
clearly
there and
quite
everybody's
complex.
waiting.
So if we are waiting a few minutes to connect with Commissioner Valen, her agenda is quite complex,
full,
especially in such
agenda,
situation.
True.
And to find for her the time to reconnect is a bit complex.
When it's not possible to connect now, perhaps we can do it afterwards, after the first discussion. So.
Maybe yes, but let me also maybe remind a bit about what happened yesterday night, because we talk about rail, but yesterday night we have a successful connection and discussion about Hyperloop.
In the evening, you had a second event, yes.
And we had the connection with the Hyperloop Virgin in Las Vegas, where we saw the tube and how it's working, but also we saw the inside tube of HART.
What was it like?
It's incredible. It's simple and full of technology inside, and it's really creating a lot of attention. We saw Zeleros in Spain, the labs of Zeleros in Spain. We saw the labs of Swisspod in Switzerland. We had contacts with technologies
You
everywhere.
went all over the world. You've seen everything.
The world.
Okay.
Yes.
And what have you learned then yesterday? What are we going to do?
The technology is advancing, and we are waiting now that we have a breakthrough on the possibility to make it operational. So we are working on the solution from this point of view.
Okay, great. And how long should we wait
till
I can see that?
The last question was, are you ready to commit by 2030?
I'm ready to commit.
And everyone said yes.
Okay.
And after, clearly there are some but, because clearly it's a new mode of transport. It's an emerging solution that has to be proved to work on operational environment. And we are ready to accompany the process.
I'm looking forward to it.
Absolutely.
And I understand that the Commissioner is ready now.
Okay, perfect.
We can go to her.
Commissioner?
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure for me to participate in the Shift2Rail Innovation Days, an initiative focused on research and innovation, technology development, and deployment of concrete solutions. Your event allows us a glimpse into how the future of our railway networks should look like. I shall speak about the future, about our plans as legislators to work with you for the benefit of the sector. But first, I want to say a few words about the current situation. The coronavirus pandemic has hit transport hard. Even if rail kept essential operations during the pandemic, demonstrated its resilience and capacity to play a critical role in the transport system, the coronavirus crisis effects have not spared this sector. Recovery from this crisis, an absolute priority for us, now cannot be achieved without respecting our key priorities: the European Green Deal and the Commission's plans to ensure the transport sector is fit for the digital age. With the EU Recovery Plan, we have a unique opportunity to put money behind the objectives that we have all been advocating. First, completing the TEN-T core network by 2030, including key digitalization elements such as ERTMS. Second, increasing the capacity of railways and waterborne transport, as well as terminals to develop multimodality. Then, promoting smart traffic management systems in all transport modes to reduce emissions and congestion while improving safety. Boosting the supply and market uptake of new technologies for sustainable alternative fuels in all sectors, together with infrastructure needed for their deployment. In December this year, we will present our sustainable and smart mobility strategy. And I can tell you now that I want rail to become a backbone of an environment-friendly, modern transport system for both passengers and freight. Our strategy will allow the rail sector to reach its full potential through research and innovation. Digital solutions are key for our rail transport policy objectives, as they can increase the efficiency, capacity, and interconnectivity between transport modes. If we accelerated the deployment of new technologies, we will tackle our biggest challenge: making rail more attractive for passengers and shippers, so as it becomes their first choice. Some of these new digital solutions came to life due to the work of Shift2Rail joint undertaking. And while we are entering the final stage on the new rail partnership under Horizon Europe, I would like to take a moment and draw your attention to the positive results achieved by Shift2Rail in less than 4 years. I welcomed Shift2Rail Catalogue of Solutions, launched last year, as a useful tool to understand how and when the concrete solutions can be applied to benefit final users, operators, infrastructure managers, and suppliers. In this catalogue, we can find applications solving some of the issues that remain a serious obstacle in making train journeys easier. I refer to Travel Companion application, that allows one-stop shops for pan-European door-to-door itineraries, including multimodal travel planning, booking, ticketing, payment, or trip tracking. Or automatic train operation solution, addressing the interoperability and interchangeability of the subsystems delivered by different suppliers. In fact, seeing innovations transfer to the market is a key objective, and this requires a strong commitment from all sectors. We plan to strengthen cooperation and synergies with other programs such as Connecting Europe Facility, the ERGF, and the Cohesion Fund for Future Partnership. To make the best use of available resources, the future partnership will need to focus on a limited number of priority areas. In particular, automation, digitalization, and freight. In practice, this means continuing digital railway development with a functional system architecture that supports automation, more efficient traffic management, and future ERTMS. Rail freight transport, as I mentioned before, will be at the center of our work. Freight requires our attention because current market conditions provide little incentive for commercial research and innovation, despite the clear societal benefits of shifting freight to rail. The master plan that the Commission will develop for the joint undertaking over the coming months will reflect this and build on the excellent work already done by Shift2Rail. And we want all relevant groups of stakeholders, in particular manufacturers, infrastructure managers, train operators, and research centers, involved in the new joint undertaking. Given the different needs of railways across Europe, ensuring geographic diversity is also essential. As you know, the Commission proposed back in March to declare 2021 the European Year of Rail. Throughout the year, we will highlight the vital role that rail can play in achieving our climate neutrality target by 2050. It will also be an occasion to reflect and discuss how to increase efficiency and attract more customers. Post-coronavirus, because at some point there will be a post-coronavirus time, the European Year of Rail will also be an opportunity to accelerate the digital transformation of rail and regain the trust of passengers in collective transport. Please do get involved and help make the Year of Rail our joint success through a host of innovative activities. Coming back to today, the fact that this event is taking place during the EU Green Week is not a coincidence. This is the perfect week to talk about rail, one of the most sustainable transport modes available to us. So, ladies and gentlemen, I wish you all inspiring discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Vaillant, for this interesting message. And then, ladies and gentlemen, let's start with the discussion on freight innovation. I'm glad to introduce you to our moderator and Director of Land Transport at DG Move, Elisabeth Werner. Elisabeth and Carlo, the floor is yours. Elisabeth, please come forward.
Thank you, Indra. Good morning, Elisabeth. Welcome. I leave you to manage the session. I will be supporting.
Good morning, everyone. The objective of this session is to bring together different perspectives, to collect views on rail freight and rail freight's business evolving. Because change is happening. We have change in business model, we have new markets, and we have new technology. You also know that we have very ambitious policy goals for rail freight. As part of the Green Deal, we want to increase its modal share very substantially, shifting goods from road to rail and inland waterways. Now that means that the Shift2Rail successor will have to focus on some of the remaining shortcomings, and we want rail freight to be quite central to the tasks of the future joint undertaking, together with automation and digitization, which of course also matter to rail freight. Now, in his intervention yesterday, my Director General, Henrik Hololei, has mentioned few key elements that would characterize the future of rail freight. The first one was multimodality. Rail in general, but freight in particular, have this potential to play a key role as the backbone for transport system in a multimodal environment. And we want to make sure that these multimodal connections work really well with ports, with terminals, with inland waterways, and of course with road terminals as well. The second key characteristic is resilience. And here, Henrik said that rail freight is actually on a very good track, because as we were all suffering from the shutdown of the lockdown of COVID-19, rail freight has jumped in, and rail freight has managed to secure that the supply chains kept functioning and goods were arriving in our supermarket shelves and in our factories. Now, rail freight is also the most international of all the segments, and that's why we think that the rail freight is a big ally and a very good candidate for testing the single European rail area, for bringing about that seamless transport by one operator and the one and the same train going and doing business everywhere in Europe. And I think in that context, the analogy, the comparison with the truck is extremely relevant. And so this session brings together different views, and my purpose of this session would be to come up with 2 or 3 priorities to be delivered as part of the master plan for the future joint undertaking. So I know we have a lot of competition because we have parallel sessions with very interesting speakers, but this is the challenge that I put to you. I have 5 panelists, 3 questions pre-prepared, and the rest coming hopefully from the audience and engaging in a real dialogue between the panelists. That's why, without further ado, let me welcome Clemens first, Rail Cargo, Austria. Philippe de Carnet, Geodis. Maurits van Schuylenburg, Port of Rotterdam. Sergio Barbarino, Procter & Gamble. Christoph Klose, Siemens Mobility. And Norbert Kahl, Shift2Rail Freight Innovation Program Coordinator and DB Cargo. Very welcome, thank you very much. Now, I hope that we will have a very, very good connection and that we will be able to engage in a real discussion with you. I have one first question that proved to be very popular, so I'm going to put it to all 5 of you. In your opinion, what are the causes that prevent rail freight in the EU from growing compared to other freight means of transport? Clemens, would you like to make a start, please?
Thank you very much. Also, thank you very much for the question, because it really allows me to present the 3 pillars the sector believes are relevant to really move the needle on modal share, right? I mean, we have come together in 2018 to form the Rail Freight Forward initiative because we, as a whole sector, incumbents, new entrants, the big associations, we strongly believe that we need to work together to really achieve some change. And we have come together and we formed this strategy, formulated a strategy. It's called 30 by 2030, so increase the modal share to 30% in Europe by 2030. And it's 3 pillars. So the first pillar is us as a sector doing our homework. And that's something we are doing sort of along several dimensions. So it's smaller initiatives we are working together on, such as reducing language barriers, simplifying break sheets, and so on. And there are bigger initiatives which we now dared to start or to tackle since the Green Deal was announced, which revolve very much about topics like the digital automatic coupling, like digital platforms, and so on and so forth. So if you ask later about priorities going forward, these would be mine at least. So it's us doing our homework as a sector, us doing our homework also as RUs, working on better services, working on digitalization, working on customer centricity, and so on, and innovation. So that's the first pillar. But I think that the most important thing next to us doing our job, for me, is really important to stress, even if we do a perfect job as a railway sector, right? I strongly believe that we don't really have a chance to significantly move the needle, because we need 2 other prerequisites. The second one is a high-performing infrastructure. And just to put it simple, running a train through Europe should be easy as going by truck. So this addresses all topics like interoperability, infrastructure, capacity, and so on. And the third requirement we need, so the third pillar of the strategy, is the fair economic boundary conditions. Simply put, in Austria, we have a EU notified subsidy scheme, and we have a modal share of 30%. In Europe, we typically don't have it yet, to that extent at least, and we have a modal share below 20%. So I think also this third pillar is extremely important to achieve a dramatic modal shift. So that would be my answer: us doing our homework, having a high-performing infrastructure, interoperable across Europe, because we're talking about international transport if we talk about rail freight mostly, and the third one is fair economic boundary conditions.
Thank you, Clemens. I'd like to put the same question actually to Maurits van Schuylenburg, because for a port, infrastructure is of course also an essential element. How do you look at rail as being interconnected with the services in the port, and what would it take for rail freight to outgrow other freight transport means?
Good morning. Well, the drive from my throat, a bit of a cold. The Netherlands, we have a regular survey with forwarders and shippers who make the choice which modality to use. And they said what are our main criteria. And on top of the list is the price. Mm-hmm. Second one is reliability. And then there's speed and flexibility. And almost at the end, there's sustainability. So there is also a mind shift needed with the shippers and forwarders. and what you see is that it's hard. And for rail transportation, you need, talk about container trains, some 600-700 kilometers, and then the train can compete on costs, including the last mile costs. But Clemens also said reliability is very important. And maybe you have read about the reliability issues we had at the Port of Rotterdam the last years, and that's very bad. If the infrastructure has no alternatives, and there are lots of issues with maintenance. So there's a lot to be done, but it's no doom and gloom. It certainly has a huge potential on the long run. And as a port of Rotterdam, being the biggest port of Europe, we also see it as a very strategic importance to invest in rail, to optimize the handling of trains in our port. So we invest quite a lot also in IT systems to optimize the whole handling and the interaction of trains and terminals and infrastructure management. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Maurits. I think you rightly mentioned that infrastructure is, of course, hard infrastructure, but also the IT. And I keep that in the back of my mind for when we come back to discussing what it means for Shift2Rail and for the future joint undertaking. Similar question to Philippe de Carnet from Geodis. How does that work for you? How do you look at the different parameters, infrastructure, price, flexibility, reliability, in terms of boosting rail freight? Because we need it to grow faster than other modes of transport if we want the modal share to increase. Floor is yours. Welcome.
Thank you for asking. So as a preliminary statement, I would like to say that we, Geodis, we are forwarders, we are 3PLs, and we are more in the business of transport organization than transporting the freight with our means. So by essence, I'm not an enemy of rail. My mother company is SNCF, the French railway company, and we are operating ourselves a lot of trains. We are outside of Europe or connecting to Europe. We are one of the main players between China and Europe to China on rail. So I believe in the rail solution, generally speaking. But our business is mainly to satisfy customer needs, and rail has probably competitive advantages in different industries and types of freight for the heavy and bulky, when you have to transport a big volume of undifferentiated cargo, and when time is not of the essence, meaning that you have at least a base of the demand that can be easily forecasted. It can be raw material for sure, but under certain conditions, it can be also packaged goods, packaged beverages, for instance. When it comes to the rest of the freight, trucking is easier, faster, more agile in a vast majority of situations. And speed and agility are of utmost importance in industries where just in time is the religion and the demand is fragmented. The causes I see are different from countries to country, and this reflects in the rail market shares across Europe. And in France, you know that we have one of the lowest. So I will talk from the French standpoint, our home country, and this might be not relevant in all European countries. What I see as the main blocks limiting the use of rail is the lack of trains first, the low frequency. Today, nobody will imagine other things to go through the channel to go to UK or coming from UK, other than using the Eurostar trains, because you have a train basically every 10 minutes, and you don't have to book in advance. You can come and go on the train. The cutoff time is often a limitation too. If you have to cut off the loading of the train 1 or 2 hours before the actual departure of the train. It's bringing more time in the delivery cycle, and it's something that can hinder also the use of train. What comes with the lack of train and the cut-off time, it's the commercial speed, how long it takes you to go from A to B. It's of course one of the factors that can influence the choice of mode. We have seen also a lot of problems on the isolated wagons. You don't have always the load to go on block train, so we have to manage the fragmentation of the demand and make sure that isolated wagons can be managed, or that you provide a solution to go from the origin, the plant or the distribution center, to the next hub where you can load your freight on the train. The rigidity of the solution also, often we have to book in advance, and where the demand is very volatile, in case of no-show, you have to pay in full. So it means that you have to make sure, to be sure on your side that you will have this load to go on the train. And of course, I would add maybe two specific situations that are related to the French market. I will talk of strikes. Yeah, I have to, and the quality has not been there in the past years. And at the same time, trucking had some competitive advantages, excellent road network, and trucking doesn't pay for negative externalities. So I think that if we want to develop the modal share of train, we have to work on these negative competitive disadvantages, and also to work on the competitive advantages of the trucking to go closer to that.
Thank you very much, Philippe de Carnet. Last but not least on my speaker list for this particular question is Christoph Klose, and you're the head of Yard Solutions at Siemens. You heard the previous speaker, you heard my question. In terms of the agility, anything that comes to your mind how we could boost rail freight?
Yes, thank you very much, and very well. Good morning also from my side here. We as Siemens, we are a manufacturer, and as you have already said, my responsibility is mainly in the area of infrastructure, means yard solutions. What we have heard before is that flexibility is desperately needed to attract more traffic. And if we look what has happened in the past, and I think my previous speaker also mentioned this before, we have reduced over the time the single wagon transport. More and more went in block trains, and shunting yards had been closed or reduced. And it's fully understandable because there are a lot of reliability issues, they're losing a lot of time, but it was also a complicated process to reassemble trains. And the consequence in the past had been the number of wagons and single wagon transport went down and down and down. But if we're looking into the demand of the future, having more flexibility, requiring more reliability, smaller quantities have to be transported. Mass goods like coal maybe will be reduced in the future. So we definitely have to work together to make the system more flexible, and especially shunting more flexible, that you can reassemble trains, but also multimodality is a key topic for that, so that the interchange between the different modes goes more seamlessly. Therefore, it's a critical and crucial importance that we work in this area, because we also have to understand that the rail as such is a very efficient transport mode, but we always have to manage the rail infrastructure, the rail rails, so to speak. And this is something we have to do very carefully and very interconnected. So this is something we have to work on in the future. And I'm very happy that we have this Shift2Rail program where we have done a lot, but also looking very much forward to the successor program of Shift2Rail, because a lot has to be done. And I'm pretty sure that if the sector stays together and tackle the topics together, that we can make it and that we can get to the market share we would like to have. And 30 by 30 is a very good target, and I fully support that.
Thank you very much for this first round. Carlo, you have an announcement.
Yes, I would like to remind everyone that they can join and ask questions via Slido, S2R Innov Days. You can connect there and you can introduce your question. And we have a question if you want to ask to the panelists. The question is about why nobody has yet mentioned combined transport as solution for enhancing the rail freight market share. I don't know who would like to answer it.
Combined transport as the solution, or single wagon load, it was also already mentioned. Clemens?
Well, I didn't single out combined transport for me, because for me it's one part of our product portfolio, right? So essentially our whole business unit logic is about industry sector and then combined transport. So that's natural. I mean, I know it hasn't been always like that, but I think by now for all major railway undertakings addressing combined transport the way we address conventional volumes, I think that's standard. What I want to pick up maybe is the topic about single wagon load and multimodality, which has been raised a couple of times, and then also by you, Carlo. I sort of fully agree that the ability to send not just block trains, but to send single wagons or groups of wagons is really key to increase modal share, right? Because at least in a pre-COVID macro trend, Europe is deindustrializing. So the number of customers and clients who have enough substrates to really fill a full train is at least not growing, right? So there are no new smelters, there are no new refineries, and so on and so forth. So with that, the ability to really offer a customer a single wagon, be it with a truck, first, last mile or not, but to offer them just a single shipment, is really key. Single wagon is definitely the backbone to offer that. However, we strongly believe that also to address Philippe's point in terms of transport speed, right? Single wagon load is not the right answer if you talk especially about long distances, right? Because a single wagon load typically goes from shunting yard to shunting yard to shunting yard, which takes time because typically you spend 8 hours plus in a shunting yard. So we very much believe in having a single wagon load infrastructure, especially what referring to first and last mile, but then having also shuttle trains between the economic centers, which, for example, in our case, go between the center of Austria and the Rhine-Ruhr area, right? So we have a daily connection, and that really allows us to also compete with trucking in terms of runtime. So yes, single wagon load, but not just the classic single wagon load system we've been talking about, but single wagon load augmented with direct shuttle trains between economic centers.
Thank you very much. Sergio Barborino, you're really a logistics expert and you haven't spoken yet. What is the customer need and how can rail providers, rail stakeholders answer these customers' needs? And if you want to comment on container or single wagon load, please feel free as well.
No, absolutely. I mean, actually, it's very simple. The customers need loads to be transferred point to point. So I don't care about single wagons as a customer. I care that my load is transferred. And, Geodis, for example, found for Procter & Gamble a solution in which they were using wagons, but in the end, they took responsibility for that. It was not our problem to transport in the wagon. They came pick up our pallets in our warehouse and managed to find a solution to deliver them, in this specific case, in the south of France from our distribution center in the north. We need, logistics. We don't need I have a lot of sympathy for all the integration and technical problems behind making rail work in Europe. But if you want to attract customers, you need to understand what the customer wants. And most customers actually in Europe, and more, they need to transport less than a train load, less than a wagon load, less even than a truck load. I mean, more and more we see more and more parcelization of shipments. So we need to find ways to not only work across modality, but also integrate and disintegrate loads so that all these can flow seamlessly throughout a network made of multiple different modes. And I see still today, we are dominated by rail operators that look for full block trains. I mean, there are not many customers in Europe that can afford to buy a full block train. We need to buy transportation for much smaller consignments, and we need the logistic intelligence on integrating these together and ship them across the main corridor of transport in Europe.
Thank you very much, Sergio. Same question I would like to ask perhaps to Norbert Karl. The customer's needs. Is it really just to transfer from A to B, and is all the rest the problem of the providers?
No, it's not. I mean, it's very simple, and I like Sergio's view. Logistics is key, and the end customer doesn't really care whether it's rail or the truck that brings the pallet or the container to its factory. But what we need to also make sure is the understanding of the customer needs in the first place. Yeah, so customers vary and they're different. A lot of rail operators are still focusing on the block train, the full train, where you traditionally earn much more. Yeah, so that's just the case. If you go for single wagon load, we're not talking about a very profitable business. You also have a difficulty with the distance ratio. You have to go from one yard to another, whereas the road has a better network. All these aspects have been talked about now. But to tackle these challenges, I think first we have to understand the customer needs. There, the direct involvement and understanding of the customer is key. And so we've done a number of workshops and surveys in Shift2Rail. And I agree with Philip Decane. Trucking has many advantages that we see, but also the factors have been flushed out by Shift2Rail, which Maurits van Schuylenburg already mentioned. So yes, reliability, speed, price, flexibility, tracking, those were key demands. The simplicity. I think simplicity is one of the key points which we really need to tackle. Yeah, so we want rail freight to be as simple as online shopping in the end. So that must be the goal. So a one-click shop where you can assign your consignment, and you don't actually choose between different vessels. You just tell your freight forwarder or logistics partner, okay, I want this transport in this time slot. And then we as a railways community, we have to understand, so where do we have leverage? Where can we get better in terms of simplicity? Where can we get better in terms of reliability, speed, and price? We must say in Shift2Rail, and I'm steering the IP5 from the very beginning, the innovation program that deals with freight. We have started our journey to look at asset-based innovation a lot. But here also, I like Clement's first point, as railways, we first have to do our homework and overcome operational issues, start with the harmonization in the processes, the braking and so on, because even simple things as language, they cause delays. Yeah, you need to transfer one driver to the train just because of language. We're now doing tests in the south of Switzerland. And okay, you need a French driver. So another bottleneck you face. We need to deal with those. But then beyond those simple, I would say, homework tasks that we have in the industry, let's look at some big innovations that can really give us a boost. And that's what we've been doing in IP5 and Shift2Rail. If you like to, I can give you more insights. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think there is some people who would like to have more insights. So when I give you the floor next, it would be great if you can provide some concrete examples. But I want to put the question again to Philippe de Carnet. To some extent, you have already received the red carpet by Sergio. You have provided the solution. So what is it that Geodis is doing to capture the customer's need? How do you look at this? How putting the customer, the client central will be the solution to boosting rail freight?
Yes, thank you, Sergio, for these nice words. But sometimes we can, sometimes we can't find the right solution using rail. I think that we have to be cognizant of the operational constraints that we might have. Some corridors are very relevant for the use of rail. For some destinations, it will be less convenient because you will have connections, you will have not direct flights, I would say, no, trains to this destination. So we have to be cognizant of that, and we, in some situations, we operate or we book on block trains, and in some situations we will do what is often called FairCam. So it's just consolidating cargo. It can be at the level of a pallet or even less, and to board on a train on certain destinations. So it's the kind of things that we need to build up with the time, knowing the demand, because we don't have, in that case, one single client, but it's gathering a portfolio of clients that will operate regular flows, more or less regular, which is one of the difficulties, and from point A to point B. So what we try to do is to operate on major corridors between major hubs where we can consolidate along the time and smooth a demand and fill the trains or the number of wagons that we have bought to the train operator.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Maurits van Schuylenburg, in the port, you have several customers. You know your customers, no doubt. What is it that they are looking for to choose rail freight?
The situation in the port is, I think, it's different. We have large volumes, especially of containers going to the European hinterland. And what we see is that, as said earlier by the other panelists, it's more complex to organize transport by rail. And it would be very helpful if it was just as simple as calling a trucking company and say, I want to have my container from A to B. But it's a bit more complex. And we see more and more also the economies of Eastern Europe rising, that are distances that are very well suitable for rail transportation. And still there are lots of trucks going in that direction, and that's that should not be the case. And so if the rail operators, the railway undertakings, and infrastructure managers could work better together, lower the price, assure a better reliability, there's a huge potential on long distances. So that's also why we as a port authority invested quite a lot of in the optimization of the train handling in our port itself. Now also in the rail freight corridors active to smoothen out the rail transport. Interoperability is already mentioned. That is one of the important things. 740-meter trains, there's still a lot of investment has to be done on the rail freight corridors. Recent research showed that it will bring down the cost per TEU, per container, with some 8%. That helps. So there a lot can be done, but it's not going by itself.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much.
May I intervene with some Slido questions, because we have some audience questions, and maybe we can ask to the panel to answer them. The first one, maybe Sergio, I can bring you back, is about, we hear a lot of passengers talking about mobility as a service. What about in freight, logistics as a service? And you spoke about integration of the overall demand management. Do we need to change business model? And if I take the intervention that happened now, I heard the question volume from the Port of Rotterdam, and I heard the question of agile approach and business model and bringing together the flows by Geodis. So do you have any views from this point of view? Sergio.
Well, let me answer with something I say. I hope nobody takes offense here. But if I go to a butcher shop, I normally order steaks. And if the butcher offers me to buy the full cow, I'm not going to be a happy customer. And that's exactly how it feels today when it comes to railways. You cannot buy, moving a pallet from A to B from the type of railway offer that we have today. The real thing is that you're still stuck with you need to buy a full block train. And we need to, in the rail sector, learn the butcher art of cutting the train in pieces and selling it, go to market with a much more granular offer to all kinds of customers. And yes, there are big customers like us that buys loads of trucks, right? And we do a lot of intermodal because we manage to find with some good logistic partners the way of integrating the service so that you can have a full intermodal operation in which to the manufacturing plant that sends the goods out is seamless with normal road transport, but the reality is that the vast majority of kilometers of that load will be run on rail. And let me underline another point. It's very important for ports to have good rail connections. We see the growth, for example, in Italy of the port of Trieste, thanks to the big rail connection that you have to the rest of Europe. But the vast majority of transport in Europe is intracontinental. It's not coming from the ports, it's coming. We still do a lot of manufacturing in Europe, and we need to distribute manufactured product in Europe from Europe to its consumers. By the way, this is a great economic model in which we do not depend from goods made abroad. We are still very much a manufacturing continent. We want to keep it that way. So we need to address the needs of transportation of people that produce and distribute in Europe.
Sergio, you were anticipating on my next question, which was precisely intermodality and the importance for rail freight to be well connected to ports. Now we have inland waterway ports, we have even dry ports, and we have seaports, but they are our gateways in a way to the world. So, Clemens, how important is it to be connected to ports? And you're not an Austrian company, you're an international company.
It's extremely important to be connected to ports, but let me pick up first at the multimodality topic, right? Because the whole multimodality argument addresses the same issue I was discussing before, right? So also as Sergio says, the number of customers who really want a block train, right, is definitely going down. And he goes even further saying most customers just want a pallet or a parcel, right? But the further you go away from industrial customers, the less is the chance that the customer has a customer siding where you can really deliver it, a wagon, for example. So essentially multimodality in all its aspects is really, really key. Yeah, and that affects rail and truck, and that affects definitely also rail and waterway. So, I mean, going to the seaports, that's definitely something essentially all the big rail operators are doing. There are significant networks. And I think some trend is now also going towards inland waterways. We're, for example, now currently strongly cooperating with the port of Duisport, and using their tri-modal port really as a gateway towards the Sahara ports and then back into Central Europe. So inland waterways, I would say in terms of current relevance, definitely below seaports and below trucking, but that's also something which is really coming up. And while I have a chance to talk, as long as you don't interrupt me, I think it's also extremely important in our discussion here, because I think we keep oscillating between two layers, right, of service. The first one is really rail and rail freight being the backbone, the logistics backbone, also as the commissioner has been saying, right? And there, all the things that for example, I and Norbert and others were focusing about, how can we make this backbone more efficient, more reliable, more competitive, right? And then there is a second layer, which I would refer to as the logistics layer. And logistics layer really means, how do I provide services for a customer like Sergio, right, who has a functional need of sending one pallet using that backbone? I think we need to be able we need to differentiate, because it's two levels of challenges we're having.
Mm-hmm. Just to say to my panelists, I can see all of you simultaneously in the screen. You don't have to wait that I address you a question. If you really want to intervene, just wave and I'll write it down immediately. I wanted to come back still to Christoph Klose with that question as well on intermodality, multimodality. What is it the customers are looking for?
Yes, the point is, and what Clemens has said is also the view I would support. The rail is the backbone, and there will be, and in most cases, there have to be, let's say, another mode of transport afterwards or before, because as said, not all sites have a direct rail access, and the quantities they are shipping also make it not necessary to have a rail access. So that the connection between these two levels and these two modes become crucially important. That we not see this only as a competition, we could also see this as complementary in this regard, and therefore we have to look for solutions to linking these in a better way together. That the terminals are made in a way that they are easy accessible, also from the roadside, but also that these are, let's say, not, let's say, too rare to, so to speak, that the trucks have to go hundreds of kilometers before they reach a suitable rail connection. And therefore, let's say, a close geographical proximity is a point, but also then a good interconnection also on the data level, so that the systems are very well interlinked, and so that also the exchange between information between the rail and the road, and also on the other side, the waterways, could be ensured. And therefore, this, let's say, interconnection, not only the physical, the geographical, but also the interconnection on the data side, it's a very important, let's say, prerequisite to make this more attractive and more efficient.
Thank you very much. Also, providing very nicely a keyword for my next question: digitalization and this data layer. How do you think that this will influence and, of course, help over the next coming years that fast rail integration into the whole system happens, that the reliability improves, the intermodality as well? I'd like to start with Norbert, because definitely there are some things that you have already been working on in the current Shift2Rail, but I'm really interested to look into the 5 to 7 next years.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. So yeah, we've talked a lot about logistics and the logistics layer, but also if we look at the railway layer and the asset management, we can make use of data a lot. So we've started our condition-based maintenance program inside Shift2Rail, more or less 4 years back, and we started just collecting what we have as data of our assets, using our fleet as real-time data generators. And now we have 1,400 locos in our analytics cluster, and we've also rolled out Wagon Intelligence. And we can see that the data you obtain there serves a growing number of use cases. So that must be taken into account. We do have something at our hands here with it, which is really worth a lot, and the worth is growing. The more you integrate into the digital age, the more your products are worth. And so we have to open up, and that's one of the key challenges, and exchange about the learnings that we generate from our data analytics, learnings like when components will fail in the field, how we can minimize the LCC cost, just because we don't send some loco to the workshop when it's actually still working, and because we prevent failures before they actually happen. So those are things we do in condition-based maintenance. But you could go farther, I think, in the next step, in the next years ahead, to exchange this knowledge base with other operators, also more with manufacturers, to improve, on one hand, the product development. We don't know much about the product once we get a loco delivered. We don't know its behavior. We have to find that out. So there's definitely a benefit for us, but the benefit for the OEM would be, oh, I see in the long term how the behavior is. I can benefit in my product development and consider that. So there's a lot of learning in that exchange. Of course, learning between different railway undertakings. We also must exchange on how do we work with a very international, a very heterogeneous fleet. So just like Clemens, we're also active in a number of European countries, running 3,000 trains a day. And there are, of course, challenges how to operate that. We have a central element of our IP5 vision, which is the asset control tower. And there we don't just talk about condition-based maintenance, but about condition-based operations. So really operational decisions need to be based on the live data that we have available. And that's just one example going in the CBM side of things, but you can also look at the automation in the network, where you need to integrate more and make use of the integration of the traffic management system and of the data that you have as a fleet operator. So also there's a lot of music in that, if you look at the potential of automation. And because I will just take the opportunity here to say there is some key elements we've been tackling already in Shift2Rail in IP5, where we need to consequently continue. And these are, of course, a part of the digital journey that you asked for, but it's not always separated from the hardware that we work with. So for instance, Clemens mentioned the digital automatic coupler in the beginning. So this is one of the innovations that we can use from a logistics perspective to reduce yard time, to increase throughputs, but also at the same time, this will enable digitization automation. So there's a dual focus of this innovation, very important. If we look at things like the intelligent video gate, which we have tested in Shift2Rail, this is also something, it's a piece of hardware that monitors your train and the condition of your wagons in order to give you information about maintenance decisions. But it's of course also important to integrate in the intermodal business, and you can use it in ports just as well to improve your data handling when a train gets loaded in a port and you automatically want to raise the quantities of trains going out of that port. So these video gates also have a dual purpose, also in the digitization side of things. So there are a number of innovations which are, I think, quite encompassing, quite large. And we need to make sure when we talk about digitization, we're not just about apps, we're not just about some of the smaller and faster things, but there are some very operational, very safety relevant innovations that have a digital domain to them, and we need to follow up with that.
Thank you very much. You put quite a lot of emphasis on digitalization as a means to, let's say, reduce costs and increase the capacity. I also see an enormous potential of linking it better, and you referred to the traffic management, but to work on the flexibility and predictability thanks to the data. I was wondering if perhaps Philippe de Carnet, you had a view on how digitization work that could be done in the future joint undertaking might help you.
Thank you for the question. I'm not sure that I have a clear view on that. The only part where I see possibilities is the connection, yes, of course, of data status data coming from the train operators, like we do with the air and ocean freight. We need to know where is the cargo, how the quality is delivered. But I'm not sure that for us it's a key moving forward in terms of the rail development.
But I think Sergio has a strong view on digitization, automation.
Not so strong, but I see a question in the slide though, about data access and sharing competitive data. Now, the reality is that, I mean, I've been working quite a lot on the European initiative of the Digital Transport and Logistics Forum, and there are 2 active projects today, Phoenix and Federated. And what these projects are trying to do is to create the data standard that will allow easy interchange of data. The problem is not about making public competitive data, but today, with the supply chains that we manage, just integrating data from one provider to the other, when people want to share the data, most of the time, all you get is an email or at best an Excel spreadsheet. I mean, honestly, this is not enough. We should be able to do better than that. I have all the sympathy in the world for not making your data completely public, but it should be possible between customers and suppliers to exchange data seamlessly. And we need to move in that direction. I mean, if we want to have a seamless logistic system, as we call it, a physical internet in which everything flows seamlessly, you need to have standardization, both in the physical world, right? The wagon, the load, the pallet, the box, but also in data exchange standards, so that it's going to be plug and play all the time, every time you try to build a new innovative supply chain.
I want to move on a bit on digitization, automation, and of course we can come back on this. For us in Europe, in EU institutions, we are about to start a new financial framework period. We will start with money to be programmed and to be spent. There will be money on research and innovation, and there will be money on infrastructure, which is hard infrastructure as well as soft infrastructure. I'd like to put the question to all of you. Where do you think the money should go as a priority? And you each have 2 choices, because if I get everything from everyone, it won't really help for the prioritization. Clemens, can you make a start?
2 is a tough choice. So there's a clear number 1, which is digital automatic coupling. I think that's really a game changer. And then following today's discussion, I would go point number 2 is digital platforms.
Digital platforms. Thank you very much. I'll go around with the question. So can I put it next to Maurits van Schuylenburg? Where should the money go?
I think in the digitization of the processes, a lot can be gained. There's still quite old-fashioned way of working in the rail business, and we also invested quite a lot in the digitization. We're now also working on plans for collaborative decision making, control tower. It's mentioned also by other panelists, and lots of efficiency can be derived from that. So that would be the number 1. But also hard infrastructure is needed. We have both in the freight but also in the passenger railway sector, there are huge ambitions, and there will be capacity issues on certain tracks. So it's very good to also, next to the digitization, also invest in purely the hard infrastructure.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Christoph Klose, how can you help us prioritize programming of money?
I very tend to agree what Clemens have said before, because the clear number 1 is the digital automatic coupler. This is something where we have to introduce this now, to overcome one of the largest disadvantages of the system with a lot of manual work and especially time-consuming work. But for me, it's pretty important that we are not focusing only on the coupler. The digital aspect is also very important. It's because in the past years, a lot of focus and emphasis have been put on the coupler itself, on the mechanics. And now it's very, very crucial that we keep up also with the digital part. So with all the use cases we have identified already, that they become implemented also at the same time, because they are really delivering the benefits. And therefore, this is for me a very crucial topic, and for me, absolutely the point number one. The point number two, I would say we have to also increase the level of automation going also on the infrastructure side to it. And I would like to put the target here on the stage, on the table, to say why we should not strive for a fully automated shunting operation. This is now done in a lot of logistics centers. Everybody in a logistics center looking for fully automated operation in the logistics center. And this is something we also have to strive for in the rail sector, that this, at the moment, highly manual, time-consuming process are really go to full automation. I know that this is nothing what could be achieved in 5 years, but today it's a very important, and the next years, especially under the next Shift2Rail successor program, to go into this direction, to also set this as a target and to work to it.
Thank you. I don't know if you can see us, but Carlo and me, we were just nodding, listening to you here already. Philippe de Carnet, if you were to advise us on programming the money, where would it make most business sense from Geodis' point of view?
As I told you, I'm not sure that digitalization for me, on my point of view, of course, is the key as of today, because we think that we have built systems to share information seamlessly between our customers and ourselves, but maybe on the interaction between the rail operator and us, it would be good to invest a little bit. But where I see the most important needs is first on the agility, the efficiency that has been mentioned by the previous panelists, and also infrastructure, because I see that we have a lack of capacity, on some corridors where the freight is competing on rail with passengers, and it's the reason why we have not enough trains or not enough frequency. And this is for me a real concern, because if we want to develop rail, we need this capacity.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm actually surprised how little we've been talking about the ERTMS and the traffic management in terms of creating capacity as well. Norbert, if you were to continue in your function, where should we put the money?
Right. So one popular topic, and I just have to support this, is the digital automatic coupling. So yes, it is an extreme disadvantage. It's time consuming. So standardization, certification, rollout, we need this solution in order to be more competitive in the long run. And it's a huge challenge. It's a European topic, which only Shift2Rail can solve. That's my clear statement. If we don't do it here, nobody will do this. So the DAC delivery program is the right step. The second point, and there I pick up what you say. I'm not so keen about ERTMS by itself, but let's talk about automation, and the corridor automation with a real growth impact. I see that the growth comes from the harbors. We have our Westport strategy. Clemens mentioned the Zara ports. So I think currently the Zara ports are below 50% that goes to the railways, much lower partially. And we need to absorb the growth that will come in the next years. These are growing ports. So I would say corridor automation with a focus on the harbors and the Hafen-Hinterlandverkehr, so the transport from harbors to yards, yard automation, and the automation down the stretch on the corridor. And if I could give you a prime example, I would just promote Rail Freight Corridor 1, where we see the Zara ports volumes growing, Kaifuk as a shunting yard, which absorbs this growth or will have to do it. And we have a dedicated freight line then starting the stretch of the corridor, which is the Betuwe line. And this stretch would, in my eyes, be the perfect platform to promote such a thing as automated train operation, ATO over ETCS. And maybe also with the flexibility of automation systems, which are ETCS independent, because we will also need those in order to serve our customers' needs, as we have discussed.
Thank you very much. Very energetic. Maurits, you'll give me a sign if you need to react, which ports competition is being developed here under this. Don't know if you want to react at this moment in time. I felt it was a bit of a challenge also.
No, I fully agree with Norbert. Volumes from the ports, west ports, are growing. This year is, of course, a very special year, but still the freight trains are doing quite well. And there are lots of ways to optimize it. And automated train operation could be one of it. And also the digital coupling, automated coupling, those innovations are very important to get the rail freight business up in the 21st century with the digitization and automation. When you look at the seaside, for instance, our container terminals are almost fully automated. And if you compare the rail business, there's still a long way to go.
Thank you very much. So to close this round for that question, Sergio, how would you dispose of the money?
So I just wanted to underline the fact that, yes, I mean, I would prioritize automation. I mean, I agree with Philippe that we have bottlenecks, but those bottlenecks in Europe have been pretty much addressed, right? I mean, but it will take time to get that infrastructure to fruition. While automation can create capacity, give you an example, the Eurotunnel. Yes, you can, as a passenger, is an amazing service, but it was built to have 100 freight trains overnight. Now, think what that could do to Brexit, right? And they've always stayed below on single digits. I mean, less than 10% capacity utilization. Why? Because there are all kinds of annual operations that need to happen in the shunting yard in Calais. So we, for example, put the train through the Eurotunnel. We had to stop because of all this manual operation before entering the tunnel, the train had to stop. So all of a sudden, the UK authorities were afraid of migrants, that the terminal was not secure, and they killed our operation. If it would be an automated operation with the train never stopping, that would not be a problem. So automation is absolutely a priority.
Thank you very much. I don't know if there's anything from the audience.
Yeah, there are some questions that, a couple of questions from Slido that we can follow up. The first one is, rail has several advantages for bulk transport. Are you ready to innovate and grasp more markets, Amazon one-day delivery, food, refrigerated goods? I think also the digital automated coupler from this point of view will be an opportunity, but maybe the panelists.
What about high-speed rail freight?
Exactly.
Sergio, go ahead, please.
Well, in Italy, they actually did open a connection between Bologna and Marcianise near Napoli with an high-speed train for parcel delivery, mainly driven by Amazon distribution. Now, of course, the asset was completely, not fit for it, so they had to go through very narrow doors. They had to develop very strange dollies. I mean, again, in logistics, standardization matters. Despite that, they found more effective to do it this way, but eventually I think they will build just a distribution center in the south of Italy. I mean, to me, it's a bit overblown, but it shows that it is possible. It's absolutely possible to have this kind of solutions.
And it's also a question of using capacity, of course, on high-speed lines. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, we have about 15 minutes left for this session. For me, the important debate is to be able to conclude together with Carlo on a few ideas for the programming of the future Shift2Rail, future rail joint undertaking. I got a lot of ideas already now when we had this question on where to put the money. Many of them come back to digitization, automation. I'm not surprised, but I'd like to give you once again the opportunity for expressing your wish of what you would like to see as part of Shift2Rail's work program for the first 2 years. And if you feel that you already expressed exactly what you would like to see there under the previous question, just underline it once again. But this is now not infrastructure, this is clearly what is in the remit of the joint undertaking. And I see Clemens has already made a sign.
Sorry, now I'm muted. So if I can name a third one, right? I think the third one on my list would be digital capacity management. Because it again addresses the points that have been raised by Philips and others about the flexibility, about the speed at which we as a railway sector can react to changes in volumes, to changes in trade lanes and so on. And to get a reliable train path internationally, right, takes you quarters to 3/4 of a year, right? If you don't want to just run on ad hoc paths, which then don't satisfy the quality requirements of our customers. So I think going towards digital capacity management, I think DB Netz has done a very good first step here along the corridors, which really allows you, most likely along predefined paths for rail freight, to say, okay, I now want to go from, let's say, Rotterdam to Vienna, and within minutes you get a train path. That would be a real innovation, which would allow us to be much more flexible also as a sector, right? And then if you then combine it also with coupling ETCS and so on, with stack ETCS and so on, ETCS 3, then you also get the capacity you need. So I think that would be really a key game changer for us as well.
Thank you very much.
Christoph wanted to intervene.
Yeah.
Christoph
first, and then Philip next, please.
Okay. So I think what Clement has mentioned as his second priority, that was this data platform and this data exchange. And for me, we are a sharing economy. So we're sharing the network, we're sharing our assets. Freight wagons will be operated in a train from operator A to operator B. But this also in the future means the data have to go with it. So what does it help if we digitize a freight wagon? We're generating all kinds of data, but the data stays somewhere, maybe with the wagon owner, and not be transferred to the operator. So I would think that a work have to be done, that not making all data transparent, that's clear, but making necessary data transparent and available, that they are not stucking somewhere, and the sector is not making use of this data, and delivered advantages can be delivered with this. And I think this is not so much an investment priority, it's maybe really a priority to work on the standards and the formats, how to handle that.
Very much. Philip, then next, please.
Yeah, just maybe I'm jumping to the conclusion, but I want just to take this opportunity to say that I'm very happy from this discussion this morning, because I was prepared to have people from rail and from logistics in two different worlds, not talking and not understanding each other. And I'm very surprised, to be honest, and very happy to see that among the panelists, at least, we are all on the same page, have the same understanding, and the same understanding also of what should be done to improve and to increase the share of rail modality. So just to say that I'm happy of this panel.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I hope you're all happy that you participated in the panel, and you are already starting to conclude, but I would like to have other panelists as well the opportunity to tell us. I see Norbert raising his hand, and also Sergio, of course. Norbert, go ahead, please. Yeah, the programming for Shift2Rail and your conclusions from the panel.
Right. So just because you also asked about the next 2 years, and I was thinking, okay, with the DAC digital automatic coupler, we might be there, and we might find the right solutions in the next testing coming up to be fast with a rollout. But the next 2 years, really, there must be a focus on architecture in terms of how digitization and how automation will play out. So what we always see is that there are isolated islands, I would almost say, of engineers developing something like an ATO module, which for them is automation. But that's not automation. That's just an autopilot that works on a main line and maybe only on ETCS. Then we have other elements, people looking at automated brake testing, people looking at yards. I think you need some sort of a system integration view, and you need to start that in the beginning so that you look at the automated system overall. How can the digitization and automation play together? How can I use the data that I have available for my CBM and analytics? How can that be of help in troubleshooting when I have automated lines and want to clear the lines fast? So that has to be looked into first. So I would say, and I'm picking up here from Keir Fitch, who mentioned yesterday that you need a robust and open reference architecture that has to be defined to some degree, that when we bring in a new technology, and there will be many new technologies in the field of digitization automation, that we don't have to test this new module against any given configuration in the field, but that we can say, okay, this is our reference, this is our test bench, this is where we quickly achieve a green light in order to roll out innovations to the field.
Thank you very much. I think you touched on a very important point there, and it's one of our priorities as well, that we want to be much, much faster to bring the innovation from its development phase into its market phase. And I think that's one of the lessons we have learned as well from the work until now. Sergio, please.
Yes, I just wanted to say, but we had long discussions with Carlo Borghini now for months, that it would be nice for the next Shift2Rail program to include a bit of business model innovation, go-to-market innovation in the program that could then include some of the customers in the strategy. It's not an expensive investment, but it's an important investment in order to increase the impact.
Thank you. Fits perfectly. We have this idea of a system pillar under the future joint undertaking, where we can discuss how the different bits of innovation will come together and form a whole, how this whole can be moving fast towards innovation without burdensome readjustment and interoperability issues, how we can be very close to the market. I think that's one of our ideas as well that we want to put into the legal basis, that in the calls, the business aspect should be part of the evaluation as well, because we really want to have a change coming very, very quickly. I don't know who else would like to take floor for some final words. For me, it has also been an extremely interesting discussion. I take away the question of the agility, the flexibility, which is linked, of course, with reducing cutoff times. Several mentions also of technology that can reduce the costs, increase the affordability. That's linked to the data analytics. I think also the couplers would come in here as well. We want to also look at automation of shunting. I think that plays both into agility in terms of being able to move faster and in terms of cutting the cost. And then, of course, rail cannot do without abbreviations, but ATO over ETSC is one of the things that we will definitely want to do. And I would also like to really thank you for this positive and cooperative discussion, where, in fact, I didn't see any contradictions at all. We come very close together with our joint vision. And that's why, having appreciated also discussing the obstacles, I'd like to conclude on the note that when we have the European Year of Rail coming up here, we should not talk only about all the difficulties, all the things that remain as obstacles. We should talk about what we can do, what we can achieve, and if we can manage for rail freight, the multimodality, the Europeanization, the performance, then for sure we can manage for Europe in rail to be part of European mobility. Carlo, I'm sure you also draw some hopefully very positive conclusions from this.
I would like to call Indra also on board because we can complement the final points.
Yes.
For me, one of the key points of the panel is that maybe we didn't tell them, but I think and I hope they will be able to join us in this work, because especially the ports, as was mentioned, I think are key components. As Sergio said, the participation of the logistic value chain will be an important element to engage in the discussion and to bring it forward.
Well,
Indra.
what a positive message this was. It was really a positive discussion for me. My key takeaways are that rail freight is really the backbone of logistics, but also that automation, intermodality, and digitalization is key to move forward. And last but not least, I particularly like this image of simplicity. So rail freight should be as simple as shopping for the client. Thank you very much, Elisabeth. Thank you, Carlo. Thank you, all the participants as well. And in the meantime, dear audience, we hear that the parallel sessions with Esther and Sebastian are also going very well. If you are interested but don't want to leave us here, don't worry, as all the parallel sessions are being recorded and will be made available after the event, so you can catch up with them later. For now, it's coffee o'clock. Enjoy stretching your legs. The next session will be starting at 11 sharp. See you then.
Thank you to my panelists. Thank you,
Carlo.
Carlo. Thank you, Indra.
Thank you, Indra.
Thank you as well.
We are using here technologies from the game industry with virtual reality, and it is really possible to simulate exterior noise, for the exterior noise coming from the train, and also interior in the train. We have different scenarios. We can demonstrate how is the noise coming from the freight train. We can show the difference of a freight train equipped with cast iron brake blocks, or the train equipped with composite brake blocks. It's also possible to create your project in a virtual reality, so they can see how the project in the future looks like, and also how the noise is with different noise mitigation measures. So with noise barriers, and you get really an impression of the future project.
Sustainability and transport.
When you think of these two words together, trains often come to mind.
But those of us visiting our friends abroad know it best. International rail connections often lag behind their local counterparts
in terms of speed, frequency and affordability.
How could we make them better, more comfortable and most importantly sustainable? Take a look at this map of signaling systems in Europe. It's no surprise there's plenty of issues with cooperation between countries. It's a complete mess.
Adopting a common railway signaling standard would not only make the communication between countries easier, but also lead to reduced travel time.
Also, varying track gauges are still a present obstacle in some countries.
To increase the coverage of the pan-European rail network, it's essential to develop unifying projects for Baltica, which will serve as a bridge between different standards.
It's also possible to decrease unnecessary spending and get lower fares by adopting a single mechanism for sharing rail route usage,
which would be very useful for a more efficient route planning.
But we need to face a bigger problem too, the competition with the flights inside the continent. One of the main reasons why people tend to choose planes over trains is their speed.
So we recommend a swift adaptation of the next generation track system and high-speed rail system
across Europe, as mentioned in the Shift2Rail joint undertaking.
We believe that the optimization of the schedules along the lines of these recommendations
will not only make rail transport more attractive to travelers,
but also easier to manage and more efficient, leading to a more sustainable future for us all.
If you agree with us, please like and share this video.
Change can be achieved only by working together.
So let's do this.
We are using here technologies from the game industry with virtual reality, and it is really possible to simulate exterior noise, for the exterior noise coming from the train, and also interior in the train. We have different scenarios. We can demonstrate how is the noise coming from the freight train. We can show the difference of a freight train equipped with cast iron brake blocks, or the train equipped with composite brake blocks. Noise barriers, and you get really an impression of this the future project.
Sustainability and transport.
When you think of these two words together, trains often come to mind.
But those of us visiting our friends abroad know it best. International rail connections often lag behind their local counterparts
in terms of speed, frequency and affordability.
How could we make them better, more comfortable and most importantly sustainable?
Take a look at this map of signaling systems in Europe. It's no surprise there's plenty of issues with cooperation between countries. It's a complete mess.
Adopting a common railway signaling standard would not only make the communication between countries easier, but also lead to reduced travel time.
Also, varying track gauges are still a present obstacle in some countries.
To increase the coverage of the pan-European rail network, it's essential to develop unifying projects for co-bolstering, which will serve as a bridge between different standards.
It's also possible to decrease unnecessary spending and get lower fares by adopting a single mechanism for sharing rail route usage,
which would be very useful for a more efficient route planning.
But we need to face a bigger problem too, the competition with the flights inside the continent. One of the main reasons why people tend to choose planes over trains is their speed.
So we recommend a swift adaptation of the next generation track system and high-speed rail system
across Europe, as mentioned in the Shift2Rail joint undertaking.
We believe that the optimization of the schedules along the lines of these recommendations
would not only make rail transport more attractive to travelers,
but also easier to manage and more efficient, leading to a more sustainable future for us all.
If you agree with us, please like and share this video.
Change can be achieved only by working together.
So let's do
this.
We are using here technologies from the game industry with virtual reality, and it is really possible to simulate exterior noise, for the exterior noise coming from the train, and also interior in the train. We have different scenarios. We can demonstrate how is the noise coming from the freight train. We can show the difference of a freight train equipped with cast iron brake blocks, or the train equipped with composite brake blocks. It's also possible to create your project in a virtual reality, so they can see how the project in the future looks like, and also how the noise is with different noise mitigation measures. So with noise barriers, and you get really an impression of the future project.
Sustainability and transport.
When you think of these two words together, trains often come to mind.
But those of us visiting our friends abroad know it best. International rail connections often lag behind their local counterparts
in terms of speed, frequency and affordability.
How could we make them better, more comfortable and most importantly sustainable?
Take a look at this map of signaling systems in Europe. It's no surprise there's plenty of issues with cooperation between countries. It's a complete mess.
Adopting a common railway signaling standard would not only make the communication between countries easier, but also lead to reduced travel time.
Also, varying track gauges are still a present obstacle in some countries.
To increase the coverage of the pan-European rail network, it's essential to develop unifying projects for Baltica, which will serve as a bridge between different standards.
It's also possible to decrease unnecessary spending and get lower fares by adopting a single mechanism for sharing rail route usage,
which would be very useful for a more efficient route planning.
But we need to face a bigger problem too, the competition with the flights inside the continent. One of the main reasons why people tend to choose planes over trains is their speed.
So we recommend a swift adaptation of the next generation track system and high-speed rail system
across Europe, as mentioned in the Shift2Rail joint undertaking.
We believe that the optimization of the schedules along the lines of these recommendations
will not only make rail transport more attractive to travelers,
but also easier to manage and more efficient, leading to a more sustainable future for us all.
If you agree with us, please like and share this video.
Change can be achieved only by working together.
So let's do this.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed your coffee. Now it's time for a dialogue with the European Coordinator for RTMS on Work Plan and the Executive Director of the European Union Agency for Railways. And Carlo, you will moderate this panel, so I'll leave the floor to you.
Thank you very much, Indra. Thank you very much for the introduction. I think we have Matthias Rute with us, the European Coordinator for the RTMS. Good morning, Matthias. Welcome. And we have also with us Joseph Doppelbauer, the Executive Director of the European Union Agency for Railways. Good morning, Joseph. How are you doing?
Good morning, Carlo. I'm fine, sitting here in sunny Valenciennes, and I'm excited to be a part of your Innovation Days, Shift2Rail.
Thank you very much for being with us. We had to change a bit the scheduling a few times, and I'm really happy that you made both of you today. Maybe we would like to run this session for around half an hour. The first part will have an introduction from Matthias about the annual plan of the European coordinators. And after we will have also an introduction by Joseph about the new role of the agencies and how it's going. And after we'll have a dialogue between us based on what we know about the evolution of the railway system and the future expectation that we have. But first of all, Matthias, the floor is yours to present the annual role plan. Please, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Carlo, and I will give you a little bit of an introduction to the work plan, which I published in June of this year. And first of all, thank you to Joseph, but also to you, Carlo, for all the inputs that you provided for that work plan, because this work plan is actually based on a number of meetings and interviews and discussions with what I consider to be the major stakeholders in terms of ERTMS. Now, in reality, my conclusion in this work plan is that whereas we were still discussing the question of if we should actually go ERTMS in the past, and this was the rather Herculean work of Carl Wink to convince everybody that we needed ERTMS. Now it's more a question of the when and how in terms of ERTMS. So it's no longer if, but when and how. And if I look at the meetings that I've had in the last few weeks and months as well with a number of member states, we have actually an acceleration in terms of ERTMS deployment and planning of ERTMS. And with quite a number of member states, we are now in a situation where we can say it is not the 2050 deadline of the Trans-European networks, but it is a 2040 deadline that they're working to in terms of having a complete network, ERTMS network. So we have acceleration on the side of the member states, and this is my major message. We need to accelerate ERTMS deployment. Now, in as much as the specifics of my work plan are concerned, my role as a coordinator to a certain extent is to be a watchdog or a sheepdog. I bring everybody together and bite the ankles if they're not running ahead quickly enough. And at the same time, my role is a go-between all the different stakeholders. And I can see that in as much as the trackside deployment of ERTMS is concerned, that we now have some 6,000 kilometers. I know that another 6,000 kilometers is contracted, and we have an intermediate goal of some 15,000 kilometers, so 3,000 are missing, by 2023 in the European deployment plan for ERTMS. As a European coordinator, obviously I focus very much on corridors. But if you want to think ERTMS as a system which will allow us to operate the European single rail area, and the one element which I forgot to mention at the beginning, Joseph, and you will forget me, the big change is obviously that we have ERA and the responsibility of ERA in terms of systems authority there as well. But if we want to think ERTMS, we need to think ERTMS as a network. So we need also to concentrate on the nodes, on obviously the cross-border connections, but also on the connections with the terminals. And we have this network thinking more and more also on the level of the member states. I've been also consulting to see a little bit whether COVID has had an impact. I can tell you that with a few exceptions, a lot of infrastructure managers have saying, okay, there may have been a few weeks in terms of delay, sometimes a few months, but in general terms, they are very confident that the investment will still take place. My second message is we need to have a European strategy in as much as phasing out Class B systems. At the moment, we have a little bit of an anarchy in the sense that each member state, each infrastructure manager can decide by itself whether Class B systems are decommissioned. Some are immediately decommissioning the Class B systems once they have installed the ERTMS. Some are letting it run parallel, hoping that they will be phasing it out. But we don't really have clear deadlines, and this in reality is a big problem, especially for the railway undertakings, because they need to a certain extent to be fit for a situation when they can run on the network only with ERTMS only. By the way, we're also doing a study in terms of looking at how we can perhaps already access corridors with ERTMS plus one Class B system. My third message is, and this is where we have a real problem, we have at the moment something like 3,700 vehicles equipped with ERTMS. Joseph, you will perhaps add to that because you're in the process of authorizing these. But to a certain extent, we were very much reckoning with the new build in terms of ERTMS. But if I look at the 5,000 locomotives and vehicles which were brought into the market over the last years, of the 5,000, only 900 are actually ERTMS equipped. So the exceptions which we allow in the legislation are much bigger than the rule, and we need to think about that. So we need an on-board strategy, because by 2030, if we look at the high bound in terms of our calculations, we need something like 35,000 vehicles equipped with ERTMS. At the moment, we're, as I said, at 3,700. So we have a steep order in terms of either new build or retrofitting or upgrading in front of us. Fourth message is ERTMS is a large European industrial program. A European industrial program, which actually also is a worldwide program, and it is a standard which is followed and used in a lot of non-EU member states. Obviously inside Europe, Norway, Switzerland, UK, but if you go outside, there's a strong discussion also in the context of the ASEAN, but also in India in terms of ERTMS. So to a certain extent, we have a good European product. It's the gold standard, if I can put it that way, in terms of signaling systems. But we now need to make sure that we show on the European Union level that we can actually manage the transition and the migration in a big way. We have money for that. We will have the recovery and resilience programs of the different member states, and a lot of infrastructure managers are telling me that they are actually trying to get a share of the money also to do perhaps faster ERTMS deployment. But we need to use this wisely. We will also have the Connecting Europe facility. We will have the Cohesion Fund, and we'll probably be discussing all these matters a little bit more. But the large industrial program that we have costed at the moment of being something like 110 billion in terms of deployment, both on board and trackside, if we include also the changes of interlockings in there. My last message is we need to prepare the future. We need to prepare the future because if you look at what ERTMS stands for, it is a European Rail Traffic Management System. At the moment, we are concentrating very much on the signaling, and I'm quite sure that Joseph will say a lot on that as well. But we need to make sure that we come back to the original idea of having a rail traffic management system. And I was listening with great interest to the discussion that you were having on rail freight this morning, where ETCS and ERTMS appeared as one of the elements. Obviously, it's a means in terms of making a more efficient rail system. And in order to do so, we have in the past been trying to chart the way on the future developments, for instance, with a paper which was done in 2015 between the stakeholders and under the aegis of the European Rail Agency, ERTMS long-term perspectives. We've done memorandums of understanding, but in reality, we have, if I can put it that way, a little bit of, I wouldn't call it an anarchy, but we have a lot of different initiatives which are happening at the moment in terms of reflecting on the future system, which is why I'm so happy that we are now talking about creating a kind of what I would call a clearinghouse in terms of the future vision of the evolution of ERTMS with a systems pillar in Shift2Rail. And there I want to emphasize one point which I think is very important and which we need to integrate from the very, very beginning. It has to be embedded in terms of trying to see what we do in the future. And that is, we always need, when we are thinking about new technologies, innovations, also think about the migration and transition strategy. So that's all I wanted to say. You'll find a lot more elements in the work plan. I was already much too long, but I hope I have set the scene. Thanks a lot, Carlo and Joseph.
Thank you very much, Matthias. I really appreciate it. I think you have set the scene perfectly, and effectively, I think you make a perfect handover with Joseph. Joseph, effectively, Matthias already opened the door for your intervention. He spoke about the system authority role of the agency, but also the new role you have since June last year, in terms also on the vehicle. We have only 10% of the vehicle in Europe at the moment that are fit with ERTMS. This will have implication on the onboard strategy, but also the pressure on the supply industry to meet the expectation. Can you maybe share with us your views in all these aspects and the relation with the annual plan of Matthias as European coordinator for ERTMS? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Carlo. And indeed, Matthias has perfectly set the scene for my intervention. As Matthias has said, we need to manage the evolution and the transition in a dynamic system that is living, and that is the role of the system authority. We are managing the specification, we are managing the evolution of the specification, in particular of ERTMS, and since June 2019, we are also an authorizing entity where we authorize the vehicles with their respective onboard unit. And this is the perfect opportunity for us to verify that indeed the systems are fully compliant with the specification. Matthias has strongly emphasized the importance of the deployment of ERTMS, the importance of an onboard strategy, and he has also given us the impressive figure that until 2030, we should install more than 30,000 vehicles, and that has to be taken in comparison to what we have done as authorizing entity under the Force Railway Package since June 2019. So far, we have authorized around 12,000 vehicles. However, out of the 12,000 vehicles, more than 9,000 are wagons, and I would guess that we are somewhere around 1,000, 1,500 locomotives in slightly more than 1 year, meaning 30,000 in 10 years would mean that around 3,000 per year on average should come to us. So it will be a challenge for the industry, and it will still be a challenge also for us as the system authority. There is another aspect, and Matthias has also alluded to it, which is the extension of ERTMS to a rail traffic management system. That, of course, requires further data integration across the European countries. And that also is the basis for what is clearly needed, a future pan-European traffic and capacity management. Now, coming back to the European integration. ERTMS is a truly European project which moves forward the evolution not only of the railway network, but also it's a project for the cohesion of Europe because it brings together the member states. Now, what is very important is that we make sure that the European railway network remains coherent, because currently we see a gap between countries that are already investing heavily in new technologies and countries that are still fighting with the basic infrastructure. Now, Shift2Rail and digital, and in particular ERTMS as the vector of a digital railway, can play an important role to ensure the coherence of the European railway network to bring Europe closer together. And as European Union Agency for Rail, we're very happy to play an important role in this process.
You're complementing the set of the scene by Matthias. I continue with you, if you allow me, because Matthias introduced the concept of the system pillar on which we are working together with Matthias and the Commission and he called it in a perfect way the clearinghouse. Clearly, we believe a lot in the system pillar because we expect to have the sector together to ensure, as Matthias said, not only the future rail operation concept, but also focusing on migration and transition, because this is one of the key elements that sometimes become the obstacle to the innovation process. In many cases also, I heard the sector talking about stability versus innovation. And the two words clearly are quite difficult to bring them together. Which is your views on how we can look at somehow keeping some stability, because clearly it makes sense, there are legacy investment done with, and especially in the railway system, but we need to be capable to innovate because we have major acceleration. Can you share it with us?
No, absolutely, Carlo. And for me, the conflict between stability or standardization and innovation is a virtual one, because firstly, I believe specifically in a network like rail, because we are not in consumer products that are independent. We are operating a network, a system where every component depends on some other components. It's important to have rules and to have a standard, and that these rules are stable. But at the same time, you can only innovate when you start from a stable basis. And we need a controlled evolution, but we need an evolution. So therefore, we need the system authority ourselves, but, and now we come to the clearinghouse idea of Matthias, we all should evolve in the same direction. And evolving in the same direction and evolving quickly in the same direction means that the sector works together, the sector works efficiently together, the sector harmonizes the approach. But the other important idea that is related to the system pillar is that the solutions are validated, meaning that in the context of cooperation, in the context of working together, the ideas are already scrutinized, and only those concepts that demonstrate both customer value but also commercial value, those ideas are then moved forward and then are elevated to the next evolution of the standard of the European TSIs and the basis also for our authorization. So it's a very important coordination, but also acceleration, and absolutely necessary in order to make railways really the transport mode of the 21st century.
Joseph, but I would like to also ask a similar question to Matthias, because with Matthias we shared many years in other sector in mobility and transport, where we have looked together at the aspects of system pillar, migration process and transition. How you see similar processes, Matthias, in the context of railway? So as I think Joseph said clearly, in reality, stability, meaning definition of a clear basis and standards, is essential to ensure the evolution of the system. But we need also to be careful that these happen and is not driven only by technology, but really by, as Joseph said, on the vision that we would like to see. Which is your position from this point of view? Because you will be paramount in ensuring that after, as you said, the member states will start to act on these type of things also.
Well, if I may, picking up on Joseph and to a certain extent, the just juxtaposition of stability and innovation. In reality, in the rail sector, the way I have been learning about this also in the last couple of years, we are coming from a system which was extremely hardware-based, and a system which to a certain extent had made very bad experiences in terms of innovation, because investments were invalidated, hardware needed to be changed, huge costs were incurred, and because of that there's a reticence, to a certain extent, quite an understandable reticence to grasp innovation because the huge costs potentially involved with that. And I think this is what we have to try and do. You know, I have a very modest role as I'm an individual, and go between what Joseph and Carlo, you have a much bigger operation. We have a big role to play in terms of comforting those who want to invest in ERTMS, that this is not going to be sunk investment. And in reality, there are two buzzwords floating around at the moment. One is the modularity, and the other one is software. Both are nice, and sometimes we have the impression that we are all alluding to something like an iPhone or an iPad. But in reality, if you look at the market, and the numbers involved, the costs are very, very different than in a mass market like that. But still, we need to a certain extent to make sure that innovation can happen without putting into an impossible situation those who are early investors. And some of it is clearly now the debate that we are having on the future radio communication system. Some of it is the debate that we're having about train positioning, whether it's satellite or other forms, about digital coupling. All this debate always needs to look, and this is the major message I'm trying to give, and I think this is what the systems pillar, bringing together all the stakeholders, should also be doing, is looking at the transition in terms of making sure that certain innovation, because the investment was little beforehand, can perhaps come more quickly, because to a certain extent certain things obviously necessarily become obsolete. But if the cost is not that high, it's different to when we're talking about high cost, and then we need longer transition periods and migration strategies. And reflecting on that, every time we're talking about an innovation, what does this mean in terms of transition and migration, I think is a very important element.
Matthias, we have also a question from the audience. It's linking on what you just said. And he said, well, maybe we should have also the Commission with us, but I'm pretty sure you can absolutely answer from this point of view, together with Joseph. The retrofitting of rolling stock seems to be a major challenge for the rollout of ERTMS. How will EU support the investments in rolling stock? I think this is something that we are looking at for many years. And as you said, the migration plan is fundamentally because we need to preserve on one side the legacy, but on the other side, we need to introduce, and we have always the combination of the first mover advantage, but also the cost that they sustain. And we have a different type of experience in Europe.
Well, first of all, I always hasten to add, although I have a past history which obviously points in a different direction, that I'm not the European Commission as such, but I'm now the go-between between all the different stakeholders. But having said that, you will find on the website of the Commission of DG Move a recent study in terms of a European deployment strategy and financing strategy made by the deployment management team, which to a certain extent complements my work plan where I put this forward. The idea being that to a certain extent, clearly, because the major advantages of ERTMS deployment accrue on the side of the infrastructure manager, but a lot of costs accrues on the side of the railway undertakings. We need a strategy of public funding. Now, public funding can be done in different ways, and we've been working in the last few months also with colleagues in the competition directorate on that. They can be done through state aid. I have great hopes that some member states will also, in the recovery and resilience programs that they come forward, will be putting forward schemes in terms of retrofitting, but also in terms of scrapping. Because sometimes if the locomotives are too old, it would be probably better to have a scrapping scheme with then ERTMS and the new locomotives than trying to do retrofitting, which is sometimes very expensive. So that's one element. Second element is clearly the Connecting Europe facility. And we have launched a call, thanks also sort of the work I did together with the colleagues in DG Move and in INEA, where we have where we are financing the prototypes, because that's the first thing that one has to do. One has to make sure that the prototypes are being financed. And altogether, I think if I look at the last call, we have something like prototypes for at least 2,000 locomotives, which are now being worked on in terms of making sure that we get the pipeline, the project pipeline. So public money, national, regional, European, the European Investment Bank, the blending facility, all these are elements which come together in terms of supporting financially retrofitting. At the same time, we also have, I think, redefined and helped to redefine the boundary conditions in order to make this possible.
Thank you, Matthias. We are almost at the end. We take maybe a couple of minutes more for this, but a last question to Joseph to conclude this session is, Joseph, how you see the role, really in one sentence, of ERA inside the system, future system pillar in this clearinghouse? And I will ask also Indra to join me in the final conclusion. Joseph.
Well, firstly, we have the very formal role as the system authority. So we are actually receiving the outputs, and we are expecting from the system pillar harmonized and validated solutions that we can quickly promote to the level of European standards, which then can be quickly rolled out. And just to come back to what Matthias mentioned, the modularity will be a key element, because we need to ensure, if we have to change certain aspects of the system, like the radio, that we don't have to change all the rest. And this, unfortunately, has been the case for a very long time. But now, when we have close to 4,000 locomotives and soon much more locomotives, if we need to change 30,000 locomotives every time a piece of technology becomes obsolete, it is not manageable. So system pillar is a very important contribution and a very important input to the role and the work of the agency as system authority for ERTMS.
Thank you very much. That was a very clear discussion. For me, the key takeaways, Matthias, that was that we are no longer discussing if we need RTMS, but how. And so we need to accelerate the process. I understood also the plea of Joseph that the European railway network should stay coherent to cope with the futures. We should move in the same direction. And last but not least, I understand also that RTMS is the gold standard as a worldwide program, but we have to show that we can handle this future, and that's what we are going to do. Thank you very much, Joseph and Matthias. Thank you very much, Carlo.
Thank you.
And ladies and gentlemen, I hope that you can enjoy your lunch now, and please notice that the webinar with Monique van Wortel on the role of rail in member states' innovation strategies will start at 1:30. As for me, I would like to invite you to join us again for the live signing of the Memorandum of Understanding between Shift2Rail and the Canadian Urban Transit Research and Innovation Consortium at 2:30. See you back later.
Thank you, Indra.
Thank you.
We are using here technologies from the game industry with virtual reality, and it is really possible to simulate exterior noise, for the exterior noise coming from the train, and also interior in the train. We have different scenarios. We can demonstrate how is the noise coming from the freight train. We can show the difference of a freight train equipped with cast iron brake blocks, or the train equipped with composite brake blocks. It's also possible to create your project in a virtual reality, so they can see how the project in the future looks like, and also how the noise is with different noise mitigation measures. So with noise barriers, and you get really an impression of the future project.
Sustainability and transport.
When you think of these two words together, trains often come to mind.
But those of us visiting our friends abroad know it best. International rail connections often lag behind their local counterparts
in terms of speed, frequency and affordability.
How could we make them better, more comfortable and most importantly sustainable?
Take a look at this map of signaling systems in Europe. It's no surprise there's plenty of issues with cooperation between countries. It's a complete mess.
Adopting a common railway signaling standard would not only make the communication between countries easier, but also lead to reduced travel time.
Also, varying track gauges are still a present obstacle in some countries.
To increase the coverage of the pan-European rail network, it's essential to develop unifying projects for co-Baltic, which will serve as a bridge between different standards.
It's also possible to decrease unnecessary spending and get lower fares by adopting a single mechanism for sharing rail route usage,
which would be very useful for a more efficient route planning.
But we need to face a bigger problem too, the competition with the flights inside the continent. One of the main reasons why people tend to choose planes over trains is their speed.
So we recommend a swift adaptation of the next generation track system and high-speed rail system
across Europe, as mentioned in the Shift2Rail joint undertaking.
We believe that the optimization of the schedules along the lines of these recommendations
would not only make rail transport more attractive to travelers,
but also easier to manage and more efficient, leading to a more sustainable future for us all.
If you agree with us, please like and share this video.
Change can be achieved only by working together.
So let's do this.
We are using here technologies from the game industry with virtual reality, and it is really possible to simulate exterior noise, for the exterior noise coming from the train, and also interior in the train. We have different scenarios. We can demonstrate how is the noise coming from the freight train. We can show the difference of a freight train equipped with cast iron brake blocks or the train equipped with composite brake blocks. It's also possible to create your project in a virtual reality, so they can see how the project in the future looks like, and also how the noise is with different noise mitigation measures. So with noise barriers, and you get really an impression of the future project.
Sustainability and transport.
When you think of these two words together, trains often come to mind.
But those of us visiting our friends abroad know it best. International rail connections often lag behind their local counterparts
in terms of speed, frequency and affordability.
How could we make them better, more comfortable and most importantly sustainable?
Take a look at this map of signaling systems in Europe. It's no surprise there's plenty of issues with cooperation between countries. It's a complete mess.
Adopting a common railway signaling standard would not only make the communication between countries easier, but also lead to reduced travel time.
Also, varying track gauges are still a present obstacle in some countries.
To increase the coverage of the pan-European rail network, it's essential to develop unifying projects for co-Baltic, which will serve as a bridge between different standards.
It's also possible to decrease unnecessary spending and get lower fares by adopting a single mechanism for sharing rail route usage,
which would be very useful for a more efficient route planning.
But we need to face a bigger problem too, the competition with the flights inside the continent. One of the main reasons why people tend to choose planes over trains is their speed.
So we recommend a swift adaptation of the next generation track system and high-speed rail system
across Europe, as mentioned in the Shift2Rail joint undertaking.
We believe that the optimization of the schedules along the lines of these recommendations
would not only make rail transport more attractive to travelers,
but also easier to manage and more efficient, leading to a more sustainable future for us all.
If you agree with us, please like and share this video.
Change can be achieved only by working together. So let's do this.
We are using here technologies from the game industry with virtual reality, and it is really possible to simulate exterior noise, for the exterior noise coming from the train, and also interior in the train. We have different scenarios. We can demonstrate how is the noise coming from the freight train. We can show the difference of a freight train equipped with cast iron brake blocks, or the train equipped with composite brake blocks. It's also possible to create your project in a virtual reality, so they can see how the project in the future looks like, and also how the noise is with different noise mitigation measures. So with noise barriers, and you get really an impression of the future project.
Sustainability and transport.
When you think of these two words together, trains often come to mind.
But those of us visiting our friends abroad know it best. International rail connections often lag behind their local counterparts
in terms of speed, frequency and affordability.
How could we make them better, more comfortable and most importantly sustainable?
Take a look at this map of signaling systems in Europe. It's no surprise there's plenty of issues with cooperation between countries. It's a complete mess.
Adopting a common railway signaling standard would not only make the communication between countries easier, but also lead to reduced travel time.
Also, varying track gauges are still a present obstacle in some countries.
To increase the coverage of the pan-European rail network, it's essential to develop unifying projects for Baltica, which will serve as a bridge between different standards.
It's also possible to decrease unnecessary spending and get lower fares by adopting a single mechanism for sharing rail route usage,
which would be very useful for a more efficient route planning.
But we need to face a bigger problem too, the competition with the flights inside the continent. One of the main reasons why people tend to choose planes over trains is their speed.
So we recommend a swift adaptation of the next generation track system and high-speed rail system
across Europe, as mentioned in the Shift2Rail joint undertaking.
We believe that the optimization of the schedules along the lines of these recommendations
will not only make rail transport more attractive to travelers,
but also easier to manage and more efficient, leading to a more sustainable future for us all.
If you agree with us, please like and share this video.
Change can be achieved only by working together. So let's do this.
We are using here technologies from the game industry with virtual reality, and it is really possible to simulate exterior noise, for the exterior noise coming from the train, and also interior in the train. We have different scenarios. We can demonstrate how is the noise coming from the freight train. We can show the difference of a freight train equipped with cast iron brake blocks, or the train equipped with composite brake blocks. It's also possible to create your project in a virtual reality, so they can see how the project in the future looks like, and also how the noise is with different noise mitigation measures. So with noise barriers, and you get really an impression of the future project.
Sustainability and transport.
When you think of these two words together, trains often come to mind.
But those of us visiting our friends abroad know it best. International rail connections often lag behind their local counterparts
in terms of speed, frequency and affordability.
How could we make them better, more comfortable and most importantly sustainable?
Take a look at this map of signaling systems in Europe. It's no surprise there's plenty of issues with cooperation between countries. It's a complete mess.
Adopting a common railway signaling standard would not only make the communication between countries easier, but also lead to reduced travel time.
Also, varying track gauges are still a present obstacle in some countries.
To increase the coverage of the pan-European rail network, it's essential to develop unifying projects for Baltica, which will serve as a bridge between different standards.
It's also possible to decrease unnecessary spending and get lower fares by adopting a single mechanism for sharing rail route usage,
which would be very useful for a more efficient route planning.
But we need to face a bigger problem too, the competition with the flights inside the continent. One of the main reasons why people tend to choose planes over trains is their speed.
So we recommend a swift adaptation of the next generation track system and high-speed rail system
across Europe, as mentioned in the Shift2Rail joint undertaking.
We believe that the optimization of the schedules along the lines of these recommendations
would not only make rail transport more attractive to travelers,
but also easier to manage and more efficient, leading to a more sustainable future for us all.
If you agree with us, please like and share this video.
Change can be achieved only by working together.
So let's do this.
We are using here technologies from the game industry with virtual reality, and it is really possible to simulate exterior noise, for the exterior noise coming from the train, and also interior in the train. We have different scenarios. We can demonstrate how is the noise coming from the freight train. We can show the difference of a freight train equipped with cast iron brake blocks, or the train equipped with composite brake blocks. It's also possible to create your project in a virtual reality, so they can see how the project in the future looks like, and also how the noise is with different noise mitigation measures. So with noise barriers, and you get really an impression of the future project.
Sustainability and transport.
When you think of these two words together, trains often come to mind.
But those of us visiting our friends abroad know it best. International rail connections often lag behind their local counterparts
in terms of speed, frequency and affordability.
How could we make them better, more comfortable and most importantly sustainable?
Take a look at this map of signaling systems in Europe. It's no surprise there's plenty of issues with cooperation between countries. It's a complete mess.
Adopting a common railway signaling standard would not only make the communication between countries easier, but also lead to reduced travel time.
Also, varying track gauges are still a present obstacle in some countries.
To increase the coverage of the pan-European rail network, it's essential to develop unifying projects for Baltica, which will serve as a bridge between different standards.
It's also possible to decrease unnecessary spending and get lower fares by adopting a single mechanism for sharing rail route usage,
which would be very useful for a more efficient route planning.
But we need to face a bigger problem too, the competition with the flights inside the continent. One of the main reasons why people tend to choose planes over trains is their speed.
So we recommend a swift adaptation of the next generation track system and high-speed rail system
across Europe, as mentioned in the Shift2Rail joint undertaking.
We believe that the optimization of the schedules along the lines of these recommendations
will not only make rail transport more attractive to travelers,
but also easier to manage and more efficient, leading to a more sustainable future for us all.
If you agree with us, please like and share this video.
Change can be achieved only by working together.
So let's do this.
We are using here technologies from the game industry with virtual reality, and it is really possible to simulate exterior noise, for the exterior noise coming from the train, and also interior in the train. We have different scenarios. We can demonstrate how is the noise coming from the freight train. We can show the difference of a freight train equipped with cast iron brake blocks, or the train equipped with composite brake blocks. It's also possible to create your project in a virtual reality, so they can see how the project in the future looks like, and also how the noise is with different noise mitigation measures. So with noise barriers, and you get really an impression of this future project.
Sustainability and transport.
When you think of these two words together, trains often come to mind.
But those of us visiting our friends abroad know it best. International rail connections often lag behind their local counterparts
in terms of speed, frequency and affordability.
How could we make them better, more comfortable and most importantly sustainable?
Take a look at this map of signaling systems in Europe. It's no surprise there's plenty of issues with cooperation between countries. It's a complete mess.
Adopting a common railway signaling standard would not only make the communication between countries easier, but also lead to reduced travel time.
Also, varying track gauges are still a present obstacle in some countries.
To increase the coverage of the pan-European rail network, it's essential to develop unifying projects for Baltica, which will serve as a bridge between different standards.
It's also possible to decrease unnecessary spending and get lower fares by adopting a single mechanism for sharing available usage,
which would be very useful for a more efficient route planning.
But we need to face a bigger problem too, the competition with the flights inside the continent. One of the main reasons why people tend to choose planes over trains is their speed.
So we recommend a swift adaptation of the next generation track system and high-speed rail system
Across Europe, as mentioned in the Shift2Rail joint undertaking.
We believe that the optimization of the schedules along the lines of these recommendations
would not only make rail transport more attractive to travelers,
but also easier to manage and more efficient, leading to a more sustainable future for us all.
If you agree with us, please like and share this video.
change can be achieved only by working together.
So let's do this.
We are using here technologies from the game industry with virtual reality, and it is really possible to simulate exterior noise, for the exterior noise coming from the train, and also interior in the train. We have different scenarios. We can demonstrate how is the noise coming from the freight train. We can show the difference of a freight train equipped with cast iron brake blocks, or the train equipped with composite brake blocks. It's also possible to create your project in a virtual reality, so they can see how the project in the future looks like, and also how the noise is with different noise mitigation measures. So with noise barriers, and you get really an impression of the future project.
Sustainability and transport.
When you think of these two words together, trains often come to mind.
But those of us visiting our friends abroad know it best. International rail connections often lag behind their local counterparts
in terms of speed, frequency and affordability.
How could we make them better, more comfortable and most importantly sustainable?
Take a look at this map of signaling systems in Europe. It's no surprise there's plenty of issues with cooperation between countries. It's a complete mess.
Adopting a common railway signaling standard would not only make the communication between countries easier, but also lead to reduced travel time.
Also, varying track gauges are still a present obstacle in some countries.
To increase the coverage of the pan-European rail network, it's essential to develop unifying projects for Baltica, which will serve as a bridge between different standards.
It's also possible to decrease unnecessary spending and get lower fares by adopting a single mechanism for sharing rail route usage,
which would be very useful for a more efficient route planning.
But we need to face a bigger problem too, the competition with the flights inside the continent. One of the main reasons why people tend to choose planes over trains is their speed.
So we recommend a swift adaptation of the next generation track system and high-speed rail system
across Europe, as mentioned in the Shift2Rail joint undertaking.
We believe that the optimization of the schedules along the lines of these recommendations
would not only make rail transport more attractive to travelers,
but also easier to manage and more efficient, leading to a more sustainable future for us all.
If you agree with us, please like and share this video.
Change can be achieved only by working together.
So let's do this.
We are using here technologies from the game industry with virtual reality, and it is really possible to simulate exterior noise, for the exterior noise coming from the train, and also interior in the train. We have different scenarios. We can demonstrate how is the noise coming from the freight train. We can show the difference of a freight train equipped with cast iron brake blocks or the train equipped with composite brake blocks. It's also possible to create your project in a virtual reality, so they can see how the project in the future looks like, and also how the noise is with different noise mitigation measures. So with noise barriers, and you get really an impression of the future project.
Sustainability and transport.
When you think of these two words together, trains often come to mind.
But those of us visiting our friends abroad know it best. International rail connections often lag behind their local counterparts
in terms of speed, frequency and affordability.
How could we make them better, more comfortable and most importantly sustainable?
Take a look at this map of signaling systems in Europe. It's no surprise there's plenty of issues with cooperation between countries. It's a complete mess.
Adopting a common railway signaling standard would not only make the communication between countries easier, but also lead to reduced travel time.
Also, varying track gauges are still a present obstacle in some countries.
To increase the coverage of the pan-European rail network, it's essential to develop unifying projects for Baltica, which will serve as a bridge between different standards.
It's also possible to decrease unnecessary spending and get lower fares by adopting a single mechanism for sharing rail route usage,
which would be very useful for a more efficient route planning.
But we need to face a bigger problem too, the competition with the flights inside the continent. One of the main reasons why people tend to choose planes over trains is their speed.
So we recommend a swift adaptation of the next generation track system and high-speed rail system
across Europe, as mentioned in the Shift2Rail joint undertaking.
We believe that the optimization of the schedules along the lines of these recommendations
would not only make rail transport more attractive to travelers,
but also easier to manage and more efficient, leading to a more sustainable future for us all.
If you agree with us, please like and share this video.
Change can be achieved only by working together. So let's do this.
We are using here technologies from the game industry with virtual reality, and it is really possible to simulate exterior noise, for the exterior noise coming from the train, and also interior in the train. We have different scenarios. We can demonstrate how is the noise coming from the freight train. We can show the difference of a freight train equipped with cast iron brake blocks, or the train equipped with composite brake blocks. It's also possible to create your project in a virtual reality, so they can see how the project in the future looks like, and also how the noise is with different noise mitigation measures. So with noise barriers, and you get really an impression of the future project.
Sustainability and transport.
When you think of these two words together, trains often come to mind.
But those of us visiting our friends abroad know it best. International rail connections often lag behind their local counterparts
in terms of speed, frequency and affordability.
How could we make them better, more comfortable and most importantly sustainable?
Take a look at this map of signaling systems in Europe. It's no surprise there's plenty of issues with cooperation between countries. It's a complete mess.
Adopting a common railway signaling standard would not only make the communication between countries easier, but also lead to reduced travel time.
Also, varying track gauges are still a present obstacle in some countries.
To increase the coverage of the pan-European rail network, it's essential to develop unifying projects for Baltica, which will serve as a bridge between different standards.
It's also possible to decrease unnecessary spending and get lower fares by adopting a single mechanism for sharing rail route usage,
which would be very useful for a more efficient route planning.
But we need to face a bigger problem too, the competition with the flights inside the continent. One of the main reasons why people tend to choose planes over trains is their speed.
So we recommend a swift adaptation of the next generation track system and high-speed rail system
across Europe, as mentioned in the Shift2Rail joint undertaking.
We believe that the optimization of the schedules along the lines of these recommendations
would not only make rail transport more attractive to travelers,
but also easier to manage and more efficient, leading to a more sustainable future for us all.
If you agree with us, please like and share this video.
Change can be achieved only by working together.
So let's do this.
We are using here technologies from the game industry with virtual reality, and it is really possible to simulate exterior noise, for the exterior noise coming from the train, and also interior in the train. We have different scenarios. We can demonstrate how is the noise coming from the freight train. We can show the difference of a freight train equipped with cast iron brake blocks, or the train equipped with composite brake blocks. It's also possible to create your project in a virtual reality, so they can see how the project in the future looks like, and also how the noise is with different noise mitigation measures. So with noise barriers, and you get really an impression of this future project.
Sustainability and transport.
When you think of these two words together, trains often come to mind.
But those of us visiting our friends abroad know it best. International rail connections often lag behind their local counterparts
in terms of speed, frequency and affordability.
How could we make them better, more comfortable and most importantly sustainable?
Take a look at this map of signaling systems in Europe. It's no surprise there's plenty of issues with cooperation between countries. It's a complete mess.
Adopting a common railway signaling standard would not only make the communication between countries easier, but also lead to reduced travel time.
Also, varying track gauges are still a present obstacle in some countries.
To increase the coverage of the pan-European rail network, it's essential to develop unifying projects for co-Baltic, which will serve as a bridge between different standards.
It's also possible to decrease unnecessary spending and get lower fares by adopting a single mechanism for sharing rail route usage.
Which would be very useful for a more efficient route planning.
But we need to face a bigger problem too, the competition with the flights inside the continent. One of the main reasons why people tend to choose planes over trains is their speed.
So we recommend a swift adaptation of the next generation track system and high-speed rail system
across Europe, as mentioned in the Shift2Rail joint undertaking.
We believe that the optimization of the schedules along the lines of these recommendations
would not only make rail transport more attractive to travelers,
but also easier to manage and more efficient, leading to a more sustainable future for us all.
If you agree with us, please like and share this video.
Change can be achieved only by working together. So let's do this.
We are using here technologies from the game industry with virtual reality, and it is really possible to simulate exterior noise, for the exterior noise coming from the train, and also interior in the train. We have different scenarios. We can demonstrate how is the noise coming from the freight train. We can show the difference of a freight train equipped with cast iron brake blocks, or the train equipped with composite brake blocks. It's also possible to create your project in a virtual reality, so they can see how the project in the future looks like, and also how the noise is with different noise mitigation measures. So with noise barriers, and you get really an impression of the future project.
Sustainability and transport.
When you think of these two words together, trains often come to mind.
But those of us visiting our friends abroad know it best. International rail connections often lag behind their local counterparts
in terms of speed, frequency and affordability.
How could we make them better, more comfortable and most importantly sustainable?
Take a look at this map of signaling systems in Europe. It's no surprise there's plenty of issues with cooperation between countries. It's a complete mess.
Adopting a common railway signaling standard would not only make the communication between countries easier, but also lead to reduced travel time.
Also, varying track gauges are still a present obstacle in some countries.
To increase the coverage of the pan-European rail network, it's essential to develop unifying projects for Baltica, which will serve as a bridge between different standards.
It's also possible to decrease unnecessary spending and get lower fares by adopting a single mechanism for sharing rail route usage,
which would be very useful for a more efficient route planning.
But we need to face a bigger problem too, the competition with the flights inside the continent. One of the main reasons why people tend to choose planes over trains is their speed.
So we recommend a swift adaptation of the next generation track system and high-speed rail system
across Europe, as mentioned in the Shift2Rail joint undertaking.
We believe that the optimization of the schedules along the lines of these recommendations
will not only make rail transport more attractive to travelers,
but also easier to manage and more efficient, leading to a more sustainable future for us all.
If you agree with us, please like and share this video.
Change can be achieved only by working together.
So let's do this.
We are using here technologies from the game industry with virtual reality, and it is really possible to simulate exterior noise, for the exterior noise coming from the train, and also interior in the train. We have different scenarios. We can demonstrate how is the noise coming from the freight train. We can show the difference of a freight train equipped with cast iron brake blocks, or the train equipped with composite brake blocks. It's also possible to create your project in a virtual reality, so they can see how the project in the future looks like, and also how the noise is with different noise mitigation measures. So with noise barriers, and you get really an impression of this future project.
Sustainability and transport.
When you think of these two words together, trains often come to mind.
But those of us visiting our friends abroad know it best. International rail connections often lag behind their local counterparts
in terms of speed, frequency and affordability.
How could we make them better, more comfortable and most importantly sustainable?
Take a look at this map of signaling systems in Europe. It's no surprise there's plenty of issues with cooperation between countries. It's a complete mess.
Adopting a common railway signaling standard would not only make the communication between countries easier, but also lead to reduced travel time.
Also, varying track gauges are still a present obstacle in some countries.
To increase the coverage of the pan-European rail network, it's essential to develop unifying projects for Baltica, which will serve as a bridge between different standards.
It's also possible to decrease unnecessary spending and get lower fares by adopting a single mechanism for sharing available usage,
which would be very useful for a more efficient route planning.
But we need to face a bigger problem too, the competition with the flights inside the continent. One of the main reasons why people tend to choose planes over trains is their speed.
So we recommend a swift adaptation of the next generation track system and high-speed rail system
across Europe, as mentioned in the Shift2Rail joint undertaking.
We believe that the optimization of the schedules along the lines of these recommendations
will not only make rail transport more attractive to travelers,
but also easier to manage and more efficient, leading to a more sustainable future for us all.
If you agree with us, please like and share this video.
Change can be achieved only by working together.
So let's do this.
We are using here technologies from the game industry with virtual reality, and it is really possible to simulate exterior noise, for the exterior noise coming from the train, and also interior in the train. We have different scenarios. We can demonstrate how is the noise coming from the freight train. We can show the difference of a freight train equipped with cast iron brake blocks, or the train equipped with composite brake blocks. It's also possible to create your project in a virtual reality, so they can see how the project in the future looks like, and also how the noise is with different noise mitigation measures. So with noise barriers, and you get really an impression of the future project.
Sustainability and transport.
When you think of these two words together, trains often come to mind.
But those of us visiting our friends abroad know it best. International rail connections often lag behind their local counterparts
in terms of speed, frequency and affordability.
How could we make them better, more comfortable and most importantly sustainable?
Take a look at this map of signaling systems in Europe. It's no surprise there's plenty of issues with cooperation between countries. It's a complete mess.
Adopting a common railway signaling standard would not only make the communication between countries easier, but also lead to reduced travel time.
Also, varying track gauges are still a present obstacle in some countries.
To increase the coverage of the pan-European rail network, it's essential to develop unifying projects for co-Baltica, which will serve as a bridge between different standards.
It's also possible to decrease unnecessary spending and get lower fares by adopting a single mechanism for sharing rail route usage,
which would be very useful for a more efficient route planning.
But we need to face a bigger problem too, the competition with the flights inside the continent. One of the main reasons why people tend to choose planes over trains is their speed.
So we recommend a swift adaptation of the next generation track system and high-speed rail system
across Europe, as mentioned in the Shift2Rail joint undertaking.
We believe that the optimization of the schedules along the lines of these recommendations
would not only make rail transport more attractive to travelers,
but also easier to manage and more efficient, leading to a more sustainable future for us all.
If you agree with us, please like and share this video.
Change can be achieved only by working together.
So let's do this.
We are using here technologies from the game industry with virtual reality, and it is really possible to simulate exterior noise, for the exterior noise coming from the train, and also interior in the train. We have different scenarios. We can demonstrate how is the noise coming from the freight train. We can show the difference of a freight train equipped with cast iron brake blocks or the train equipped with composite brake blocks. It's also possible to create your project in a virtual reality, so they can see how the project in the future looks like, and also how the noise is with different noise mitigation measures. So with noise barriers, and you get really an impression of the future project.
Sustainability and transport.
When you think of these two words together, trains often come to mind.
But those of us visiting our friends abroad know it best. International rail connections often lag behind their local counterparts
in terms of speed, frequency and affordability.
How could we make them better, more comfortable and most importantly sustainable?
Take a look at this map of signaling systems in Europe. It's no surprise there's plenty of issues with cooperation between countries. It's a complete mess.
Adopting a common railway signaling standard would not only make the communication between countries easier, but also lead to reduced travel time.
Also, varying track gauges are still a present obstacle in some countries.
To increase the coverage of the pan-European rail network, it's essential to develop unifying projects for co-Baltic, which will serve as a bridge between different standards.
It's also possible to decrease unnecessary spending and get lower fares by adopting a single mechanism for sharing rail route usage,
which would be very useful for a more efficient route planning.
But we need to face a bigger problem too, the competition with the flights inside the continent. One of the main reasons why people tend to choose planes over trains is their speed.
So we recommend a swift adaptation of the next generation track system and high-speed rail system
across Europe, as mentioned in the Shift2Rail joint undertaking.
We believe that the optimization of the schedules along the lines of these recommendations
would not only make rail transport more attractive to travelers,
but also easier to manage and more efficient, leading to a more sustainable future for us all.
If you agree with us, please like and share this video.
Change can be achieved only by working together.
So let's do this.
We are using here technologies from the game industry with virtual reality, and it is really possible to simulate exterior noise, for the exterior noise coming from the train, and also interior in the train. We have different scenarios. We can demonstrate how is the noise coming from the freight train. We can show the difference of a freight train equipped with cast iron brake blocks or the train equipped with composite brake blocks. It's also possible to create your project in a virtual reality, so they can see how the project in the future looks like, and also how the noise is with different noise mitigation measures. So with noise barriers, and you get really an impression of the future project.
Sustainability and transport.
When you think of these two words together, trains often come to mind.
But those of us visiting our friends abroad know it best. International rail connections often lag behind their local counterparts
in terms of speed, frequency and affordability.
How could we make them better, more comfortable and most importantly sustainable?
Take a look at this map of signaling systems in Europe. It's no surprise there's plenty of issues with cooperation between countries. It's a complete mess.
Adopting a common railway signaling standard would not only make the communication between countries easier, but also lead to reduced travel time.
Also, varying track gauges are still a present obstacle in some countries.
To increase the coverage of the pan-European rail network, it's essential to develop unifying projects for co-Baltic, which will serve as a bridge between different standards.
It's also possible to decrease unnecessary spending and get lower fares by adopting a single mechanism for sharing rail route usage,
which would be very useful for a more efficient route planning.
But we need to face a bigger problem too, the competition with the flights inside the continent. One of the main reasons why people tend to choose planes over trains is their speed.
So we recommend a swift adaptation of the next generation track system and high-speed rail system
across Europe, as mentioned in the Shift2Rail joint undertaking.
We believe that the optimization of the schedules along the lines of these recommendations
would not only make rail transport more attractive to travelers,
but also easier to manage and more efficient, leading to a more sustainable future for us all.
If you agree with us, please like and share this video.
Change can be achieved only by working together. So let's do this.
We are using here technologies from the game industry with virtual reality, and it is really possible to simulate exterior noise, for the exterior noise coming from the train, and also interior in the train. We have different scenarios. We can demonstrate how is the noise coming from the freight train. We can show the difference of a freight train equipped with cast iron brake blocks or the train equipped with composite brake blocks. It's also possible to create your project in a virtual reality, so they can see how the project in the future looks like, and also how the noise is with different noise mitigation measures. So with noise barriers, and you get really an impression of the future project.
Sustainability and transport.
When you think of these two words together, trains often come to mind.
But those of us visiting our friends abroad know it best. International rail connections often lag behind their local counterparts
in terms of speed, frequency and affordability.
How could we make them better, more comfortable and most importantly sustainable?
Take a look at this map of signaling systems in Europe. It's no surprise there's plenty of issues with cooperation between countries. It's a complete mess.
Adopting a common railway signaling standard would not only make the communication between countries easier, but also lead to reduced travel time.
Also, varying track gauges are still a present obstacle in some countries.
To increase the coverage of the pan-European rail network, it's essential to develop unifying projects for Baltica, which will serve as a bridge between different standards.
It's also possible to decrease unnecessary spending and get lower fares by adopting a single mechanism for sharing rail route usage,
which would be very useful for a more efficient route planning.
But we need to face a bigger problem too, the competition with the flights inside the continent. One of the main reasons why people tend to choose planes over trains is their speed.
So we recommend a swift adaptation of the next generation track system and high-speed rail system
across Europe, as mentioned in the Shift2Rail joint undertaking.
We believe that the optimization of the schedules along the lines of these recommendations
would not only make rail transport more attractive to travelers,
but also easier to manage and more efficient, leading to a more sustainable future for us all.
If you agree with us, please like and share this video.
Change can be achieved only by working together. So let's do this.
Welcome back, everybody, for this very important moment of the day. Carlo, we are about to sign live, ladies and gentlemen, the Memorandum of Understanding. But first, we are going to look at a short introduction video on Q-Tric's work. Stay with us.
Q-Tric and collaborate under Q-Tric's leadership and under the governance rules, innovation plays and projects that will take our infrastructure to the next level. We've had leaders of infrastructure and financial institutions in Canada talk about how it's important to figure out what the next steps are, but in thinking about the solutions in an entirely different way. That's what Q-Tric brings to players like Hitachi, where we can meet with our competitors, but it's also meet with our customers and our academic players and our institutional players and community and discuss in a broad forum and come up with some creative ideas.
And Carlo, what an innovative work they do there in Q-Tric. We'll talk about it more than in a minute, but first I would like to welcome Josipa Petrunik, President and CEO of the Canadian Urban Transit Research and Innovation Consortium. Good afternoon, Josipa. We've seen an introduction about your work. Perhaps you could explain why this cooperation with Shift2Rail is so crucial to you.
Absolutely. And I really want to appreciate and say thank you to the entire community here for inviting us. You know, this partnership is critical to our work, and I'm going to take a few minutes to explain to you why. We're launching into a new rail strategy here in Canada. Really critically, to put some context around it, Canada moves about 88 million people by rail across a year, but most of that is really commuter rail in just 3 cities, in Vancouver, Toronto, Montreal. Interregional rail systems are occupied mostly by moving freight, and we only have one federal crown corporation, Via Rail, that moves people nationwide. So we know we don't move enough people nationally by rail, and we know that when we get them on board, we don't move them fast enough, frequently enough, or cheaply enough. And yet a company like Via has a big challenge ahead of it, a vast geography made very difficult by climate conditions, that climate change is making even less predictable, and fundamentally a low population, which means we just don't have the clientele that other jurisdictions might have on day one to support rail mobility. It is a conundrum for any country that is climate action oriented, that's trying to overcome congestion and reduce pollution from transportation. Essentially, the question is, how do we move people more quickly, more frequently, more cheaply by rail than ever before? And at QTRIC, in our work with Shift2Rail in the past, we've been able to articulate a common vision. Here in Canada, our vision at QTRIC is really to create a day not too far in the future when rail is the preferred mode of mobility for getting to work, getting to school, and getting to most leisure events. It is possible to do, but challenging ahead. To put it in context, Canada is a big country, but we're really small by population. We only have a handful of big cities, cities with more than 1 million people. And that means it's an opportunity to invest in those cities as innovative hubs, but it's also a huge challenge in terms of cross-regional and interregional partnerships. Just like in the EU, there's regional differences. In the EU, there's more than 24 nation states, which Carlo and his team are very familiar with trying to work with to achieve standardized solutions. In Canada, we have more than 24 provinces and territories combined. And not unlike the European Union with nation state sovereignty, our provinces are very keen on protecting their rights around transportation, infrastructure, and energy. And so it means technologies like hydrogen rail or driverless rail controls are very hard to deploy across the country in a standardized format. And rather than getting to economies of scale where we could launch these technologies simultaneously and reduce costs, we end up with economies of small, where we plan very locally and at a lower level. So we just don't get those benefits of marketplace. Part of our partnership with Shift2Rail here today is to try to see where we can get European-Canadian collaboration, innovation, and some inter-regional and cross-oceanic partnerships on the very innovations in driverless controls, hydrogen propulsion, all of those technologies where our companies and our rail operators play in the same space as those companies and rail operators in the European Union. And I have to conclude by saying there is also a very critical, philosophical, possibly socially important value proposition here. You know, as democratic, liberally mixed economies, we have a duty to be leaders in the rail sector. Our economies and our politics are not perfect, but they are models for humanity. They allow people to rise above their social class and their bloodline to achieve meritorious benefits in their lives. And rail helps them get there. It helps get people to work. It helps get them to their families. It helps do it in a cheap way that families can extricate themselves from their social positions and achieve meritorious wealth over time. That is the benefit of our liberal democracies. And so to the extent that rail is situated in the European Union and at the heart of Canadian mobility, we have a critical duty at QTRIC, and I would say also at Shift2Rail, to make sure that through this partnership we're talking about today, we have a generational initiative underway to make Canada and Europe's rail systems and their rail technologies and their rail economies grow mutually to the benefit of everyone. And so it's my great pleasure to meet with you today, to sign this memorandum of understanding, and to continue the dialogue with Carlo and his team in about a month's time at our own rail conference being held digitally and virtually on November 23rd and 24th. From Canada, we welcome you there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You made it very clear what's on stake and why it's important to work together. Perhaps same questions to you, Carlo. Why is this cooperation so important for Shift2Rail?
Well, first of all, thank you, Josipa, for being available so early in the morning for her. And thank you for this opportunity to discuss about the importance of the memorandum of understanding. It's a clear opportunity for collaboration at the international level with industry on low carbon mobility and sustainable mobility. And as Josipa said, we share the common elements of it. We have local communities that we need to serve. We need to integrate Europe with different systems, similarly in Canada. And we need to be sure that we are able to achieve leveraging the resources that in any case are limited and maximize the benefit for the people. And also there is something more. We already share some industry members that are working in Canada and in Europe. And I think this already paved the way for the strong collaboration that we can establish with Kutrik for the future year. So for me, it's really an honor to have the opportunity to sign this memorandum of understanding. And Josipa, the video that you showed about Kutrik is super interesting because it shows the transit mobility. And I hope that maybe the next video that we will have in the next Shift2Rail Innovation Days will be also about trains. And trains, how we connect more and make use of it in the future. So I think it's really a great opportunity, a great honor. And I think this will be the starting point of a journey that we do together in bringing this to a reality via concrete action that we can bring forward. Thank you very much, Josipa.
Carlo, I suppose that now is the moment that we have to ask you both to sign this document about this cooperation. So Shift2Rail and Canadian Urban Transit Research and Innovation Consortium make that virtual handshake together. As we can see, yes, and signing on both sides. We can see it live here, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, just smile for the picture. Yeah, you shake hands. Yeah,
shake hands.
In a COVID manner, that is to say. Great.
Thank you, Josipa.
Thank you, Carlo.
Thank both of you. May this handshake be the start of a fruitful and long event and long cooperation between both of your organizations.
Thank you, Josipa. Have a great day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you to you both for your excellent work.
And see you perhaps live after COVID times. Thank you very much. And with this handshake, we're almost at the end of this event. Carlo, for the conclusions, we are delighted to introduce Libor Lochman, ladies and gentlemen, Executive Director of SIR. Come forward, Libor. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon,
Good
Libor.
afternoon once again.
Thank you, thanks. Yeah.
Then we have also...
We have Philippe Citroën, Director General of UNIFE, who should be online.
Let's see if...
Here it is, Philippe. Welcome.
Yes, he's there.
Yes, okay.
Good afternoon. We have also Daria Kuzmina, Research and Innovation Project Manager in Urban Rail of UITP. Good afternoon.
Thank you, everyone.
And we have also with us Bardo Schettini Gherardini, the Director of Operation of EIM. Unfortunately, Monica Heiming, the Executive Director of EIM, she was not available, so Bardo will have to stay with us today, and we are really happy to have you on board. Welcome.
Okay, perhaps...
Thank you, and good afternoon to everybody.
Welcome. So perhaps an opening question to all of you, because we've heard a lot of the innovations that Shift2Rail managed to make. What did it mean to you? What do you think about what you've heard in the next 2 days? Perhaps, Libor, I'll start with you.
I mean, for me, it's a nice continuation or the closure of what I've been participating here. For me, it's a clear opportunity of making the rail more competitive. So otherwise, the innovation would not make any sense. We really have to do it because we need to be more competitive and more integrated in a multimodal transportation chain.
Okay, perhaps I ask the same question. Mr. Citroën, Philippe.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. It was a pleasure to hear our Canadian colleague to say that we know that in Canada there are a lot of investment, a lot of big projects in rail, so it's a pleasure to have you on the screen. The second thing I would like to say, what is fantastic in Shift2Rail, we started in 2014 already, but I remember it was during the Greek presidency that there was an agreement. So in it took 2 years to start really, and in less than 4 years, a lot of things have been done, and you know there's this catalog of solutions, which is quite impressive. But the most important thing for me, in addition to what Libor just said concerning the competitiveness of the rail industry, is the fact that there has been almost 500 rail stakeholders involved in this journey of Shift2Rail 1. And then it's the first time that manufacturers, railway undertakings, infrastructure managers, and the university, the research centers have been able to work together and have been able to produce things, because on what you see on the catalog of solutions, you have some results. And that is fantastic. I think it's a huge progress for the rail sector, which was a bit scattered. But I think this is the most important thing that happened in the past 5 years on Shift2Rail.
I think, Carlo, we could say that. That's something we have seen the last 2 days, that is working together, having those partners around the table. That's really something.
This, I think, is the most important aspect of this exercise we are doing together. Philippe has been behind the creation of Shift2Rail, so he knows the efforts needed to arrive there. And after this 5 years journey, we can say that the sector is together to go to a different step. Yeah. And the different step will be the successor of Shift2Rail, but also has been said many times in these days, is the sector taking ownership of changing the rail system, how it is operating in the future, together with us, together with the Commission, together with the European Agency of Rail and standardization body. But it's really a sector, as Libor was saying, reappropriating itself of the competitiveness of rail. Yeah. I think it's really a strong message that we want to pass.
The previous panel was pointing it out as well, that it's very important that we move forward in the same direction, every partner of it. So I think we have to keep that one in mind.
Absolutely.
Okay, Daria, I come to you. Same question. What do you expect from all the innovations that you've heard about that Shift2Rail is doing now?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for your question. First of all, for Urban Rail, it's a big honor to be involved in the preparation of the Shift2Rail successor. And I know that we're done a lot of in this program, and I hope that we can extend the implications of different solutions also on the urban rail sector.
Okay, Carlo, the next steps are very important as well. I come back to you in a minute. First, we go to Bardo. Bardo, are you still there? Same question for you. How are you looking to all the innovations that we have heard about from Shift2Rail? Bardo.
Yeah, well, actually, as Philippe said, I mean, lots have been done, and we need to do a lot more. And this, I think, Shift2Rail has been an example of how collective work, through, I mean, among all the big players and the key players of the rail sectors can really, let's say, deliver new solutions that are really, I mean, helping to make rails really fit for the future. So in that sense, I mean, I've been listening, watching actually a little bit here and there other webinars on hydrogen or even this morning on the RTMS, and I can see clearly that we have a lots of challenges to make rail greener, to make rail more efficient, digitalization, and so on and so forth. And actually, Shift2Rail has been and must be and still will be the reply to those collective efforts. So we have to go on.
But you point out, you say, well, there are a lot of challenges, lots needs to be done. What are you thinking about? What are the next steps to be taken?
Well, in terms of interest, as far as the infrastructure manager is concerned, because of course IEM is about railway infrastructure managers. I think that we have a quite, I mean, we have made a very good step ahead with the, let's say, successor of Shift2Rail in terms of creating, what we call, a more systemic approach through the system pillar. And in that sense, is something that we welcome very much because we think that it's, let's say, it's a proof that the future successor of Shift2Rail will look into the market, the needs, and of course, more into the, let's say, the users' needs by having, let's say, a more comprehensive and, let's say, inclusive approach. And that is something very good. But there are challenges also there. I don't know whether you want me to go through, just a few of those challenges, or shall I shut up now?
I hand over to Carlo, because I heard the system pillar is something very important for the success of Shift2Rail.
But I will go back to Philippe Citroën about the system pillar, because effectively we talk a lot about the system pillar with the operating community. But Philippe, I come back to you because, as I said before, you have been behind the Shift2Rail, and I have two questions for you. The first one is, what would you like to see more in the Shift2Rail successor, and how you see the system pillar in the Shift2Rail, how you think it will be, because the supply industry that you represent will be a major actor there.
First of all, I have to say that for us, there are big challenges, and they are within the framework of the Green Deal, which is, the hallmark of Mrs. von der Leyen. The second thing is that we have to be careful, because we have to continue to innovate, because we have other sectors who are competing with us, and they are also trying to be innovative and to show that their sector is as green as we are. But in fact, we have a special position in terms of greening on GHG emission. That's the first thing I would like to say. I think there are a lot of things that still have to be done, and I think the changes that we saw between Shift2Rail 1 and Shift2Rail 2 is that there's been a kind of big push on everything which is going on digitalization. Of course, digitalization started with the RTMS, and it has been mentioned on many occasions, and we still have to work on the game changers of the RTMS. But the RTMS is absolutely essential, because without the RTMS, you cannot have a single European railway area. It means that you don't have the connection between the member states, between the rail network. This is absolutely at the heart of the future of our sector. So we need to continue to be very proactive on this. And from what I understand, we need, if you look at the market share of rail for freight and for passengers, the numbers are quite low. So we need to continue to invest. And it is part of the debate we might have later on about the budget of Shift2Rail 2, because if you don't have an ambitious budget, and yesterday there was a presiding board meeting of UNIFE, and our CEO said that they expect that the EU participation in Shift2Rail, because you know that the Shift2Rail is partly financed by the private and public sector and partly financed by the EU institution. We really hope, and we have mentioned a figure of 1.5 billion that will be close to this number, but still there are negotiations at the level of the Council and the Parliament. Going back to the second question, it is true that in Shift2Rail there will be two things. On one side, there will be the innovation pillar, which looks like what we have been doing, and the system pillar. The system pillar is very important for us because there's been quite a lot of initiative. And I saw one of the movies during a lunchtime by young people saying, look, there are too many systems for signaling. And in fact, there's been quite a lot of initiatives coming from the other associations, or undertakings, infrastructure managers. I think the system pillar is a good way to put everyone in the same, around the same table, have a strategy. Maybe we are not going to speak about the revision of the TSI because it could be too technical, but together with ERA and under the direction of Shift2Rail and the GU, who knows and has been doing an excellent job, we have to work together on this system pillar, which is in a way the architecture of the rail system for the next year. So as Shift2Rail 2 will go from 2021 to 2030, it's really time to know what is the strategy and what we are going to do in terms of research. And that is why I think the initiative that was launched by Carlo goes in the really good direction. And on our side, on the side of the manufacturers, we'll be happy to work on the system pillar and to make proposals soon.
Thank you, Philippe.
So the system pillar as the architecture
yes,
for the future of rail.
But I will ask the question the other way around to Libor, because I think we have talked with you a lot about the system pillar. Yep. But how you see the involvement of the operating community, infrastructure manager and railway undertakings in the innovation pillar? Because we have application from a series of members that would like to be involved. How you see this in practice happening?
I mean, in practice, what I expect to be done is that those who will be representing the operating community there, so infra managers and the RUs, will be now closely following the customer demand. So what they would be pushing for is the efficiency of the innovations that have to be produced through the innovation pillar. So that's what I meant, by innovation leading us to the competitiveness, through the automation of the processes, through the higher efficiency, through, in fact, also the better connectivity. Again, we are talking about the connectivity, and those are the factors that do drive, in fact, the interests of the RUs and the IMs to be in.
Perhaps we could ask the same question to Daria as well, what she expects. Daria.
Thank you for your questions. So more globally, urban rail actors have a clear role to ensure that Shift2Rail successor is designing solutions that answer the needs of all passengers in different scenarios, including urban one. And referring to some numbers, for example, all three urban rail modes of transport, metro, tram, and regional and suburban rails, has in total over 30 billion of passengers in the European region per year. So, and it's a quite grand number. So that is why, of course, there is a high expectations to take into account of these requirements and to work together with the industry, because the role of the operators, of course, to be not only the interface with the passengers, because of course they know about the needs of the passengers, but also to provide the clear requirements so the industry can answer to these requirements and produce something that will be easily taken on the market. So, and the role of urban rail actors, and more specifically operators, also in checking these solutions, testing these solutions, and validate them. So I think it's very important to have this collaboration, and I think it's a good platform for harmonization of specifications of the urban rail actors. So I think that's all from my side. Thank you.
I understand also that simplicity is very important. It must be easy to take it to the market.
Well, this I think is one of the most difficult things, on the contrary, because effectively we have a multiplicity of systems, and effectively I would say urban is more complex because we have a local system that we need to adapt. But we believe also that digitalization and automation will help to harmonize much and more in this. But going back also to Daria once again, Daria, you have been working with us on the setting up of the proposal for the partnership for Shift2Rail successor. And we discussed a lot about the system pillar and the role of the urban community in the system pillar. How you see this participation of the urban community in the system pillar? Which role and which objective you would like to achieve?
First of all, it's very important to understand that we have some requirements that are common for all rail society. And of course, we should focus on these priorities that are common for all of us. But also we need to understand that local market has, and more specifically for urban rail operators, have some specificities. And of course, it's also important to understand in the process of developing the new solutions. So it's also very important that knowing that not all operators have the same funding capabilities, that they are involved in the governance process, that we can ensure that everything that is delivered is according to the vision of these operators. So I think for urban rail operators, being in the system pillar is something new, because I know that there are developments that are already done in this Shift2Rail program. It's very important to understand what was already produced, what can be applied for urban rail, what should be else developed or adjusted, that it could be possible to use for the whole sector.
Thank you. Do you remember, Indra, that Libor asked for 1.5 billion euros?
Yes, I remember.
Continue doing
He
so.
asked it for you.
Exactly. But there was no follow-up to the request, I think, yesterday. He stopped there. I don't know, well, we know there is a lot of tension on the discussion about the budget at this point in time. We have an ambitious program on one side, have a lot of tension. What happens if we need to make choices? On what we need to focus?
I mean, if you will not be given the budget,
the budget
then,
of 1.5 billion.
That's a difficult question, obviously.
But I will ask also to the other participants.
No, because I mean, for me, I'm sorry to stick on what I always promote. It's the automation. So automation of the processes. So if we should really push for something that will, and I'm going back to the market uptake, that will be essential. Something that will help the railway is an automation of the processes on all the levels. We will have to prioritize, most probably, if we don't have enough budget, but we have to start from the perspective of, what can be done in the most efficient way to reach the high level of the automation.
It's one of the most effective ways.
Yeah.
Perhaps we ask the others, what are you thinking about it? What are the choices that we have to make? Perhaps we go to Mr. Citroën.
Yeah, yes, on my side, you know that in Shift2Rail 2, we have what we call the transforming projects, and the rail community has been working through 3 years on a specific program where we have identified our priority. It's true that if we don't get the 1.5 billion, we have to make a choice. Then we will see which are the companies who want to continue to be on the second journey of Shift2Rail, because some of them might say that there's no budget, so they prefer to do something else. But I agree with Libor on the fact that digitalization, automation, game changers are certainly a big part of the program, and there are a big expectation. But today, there are also expectations on some programs which are sometimes not really directly managed by Shift2Rail, because, for example, of all these issues concerning hydrogen, batteries. So you really need, if you want to bring the passengers back to the rail sector, because we have, during this pandemic, we saw that the ridership is quite low. You need to have innovations, and you need to show that you are going to make progress. And what we see in Shift2Rail 1 is that we have already things that can go to the market, and that is absolutely essential. And I think that it's the pressure we'll have certainly from you, Carlo, and from the commissions, to be sure that in the transforming project we will go as far as possible to the market, even if, of course, we must not forget all the TRL which are going from exploratory research. But we have to be sure that the customers will be happy to have those new innovation and technology, and that would be the priority for us.
So a customer-centric approach, that's something that we've heard a lot about those 2 days as well, Carlo.
Yeah, absolutely, this is one of the fundamental questions. But I would like to ask the question also to Bardo about how we prioritize in case, and to Daria. Bardo, maybe you would like to tell us your views.
Yes, well, actually, it's clearly, well, first of all, we do hope that the budget, will follow the ambitions that the policymakers, you policymakers are putting on the deliverable of Shift2Rail. But having said that, clearly, I mean, if we have to prioritize, well, I would say that I would concur with what Libor and Philippe said. I mean, in the sense that digitalization and automation are clearly the backbone of the future efficient railway system. Within that aspect, what I think is very important for us, at least as an infra manager, is that, and it is linked also with what we discussed about the system pillar, is to make sure that we develop solutions that are really standardized, open, interoperable, and harmonized, so that you can really fit the new technologies also to systems that are not always, let's say, facing the same kind of challenges. I'm talking about, for instance, the networks that you may have in the Netherlands, railway networks in the Netherlands, or in Norway and Finland, which are completely different, and they have to fulfill different needs. In that sense, to have a technology that is adaptable and interoperable allows to tailor-made easy solution really from the market without creating ad hoc specificities.
Adaptability of innovation, that's a very important task for you, Carlo.
Yes, this is something that we'll have to find a way to have interoperable without differences.
Yeah.
That sometimes is a contradiction in the wording, but we heard also this. But maybe Daria also, you would like to tell us what happened if the budget expectation will not be matched? What you will have to prioritize from your urban needs?
It's a very good question. So I would say that we all agree that we should be focused on the user-centric approach. For the passengers, it's important to go from point A from point B in the most easiest and smoothly way, so he doesn't think about which mode of transport he needs to use. So it's very important also not to be focused only on our internal needs as a rail sector, but also have the interface with other modes of transport. And I say so not because urban rail is rail and urban mobility system two in one, but also because for long distance railways it's also important to create a door-to-door mobility. And I know there were some developments in Shift2Rail now, but of course we need to do much more. And I would say that of course digitalization, automation for sure, but also focus on mass is also important.
Focus on mass, but also open up, not only being stuck only in rail, but open up to other modes of transport. How do you look at it?
We need to integrate to the other modes of transport. But today we had the panel about the freight with Elisabeth Werner, and we discussed, and there were ports present, logistic value chain, and so on and so on. So this will be one of the ways that we need to think on how we integrate this part. We need to keep a key priority, because the Shift2Rail joint undertaking and its successor will be on rail research innovation. So we need to keep this in the core of what we want to do, but we need to be sure that we do this integrating the other modes of transport, integrated airports, integrated ports for passenger, for logistics, and so on and so on. But I think we are almost finished with the time, so we need to start to wrap up now. Maybe we can ask a last. You would like to intervene, Libor? No.
No. I mean, I'm waiting. I mean, I'm just quite happy with the discussion. Thank you.
No, but
I mentioned the multimodality at the beginning. So
yes,
yes,
exactly.
You were the first one to do so.
What we can have is a final statement from all of you on two things. The first one is which is the takeaways that you had. You had much more here present, so you have maybe something more to that you have experienced during this 2 days conference. And the second one is. What would you like to see in the European Year of Rail as a key message that we would like to pass?
Okay, so if I start with the key takeaways is that I really appreciate there is a huge enthusiasm. So and the readiness. So everyone is ready to go ahead with the program, with the project, with not only for the Year of Rail, but for the decade or even more, with the research and innovation. Because if you want to achieve the new system architecture, and that will be elaborated and prepared by the system pillar, that of course it's stretching through the next 30 years as a minimum. It's a minimum. So this is my takeaway, that there is a readiness to go for that, not to look just for a few years from now, but really for the system perspective over the next 30 to 40 years. Yeah. So that's the takeaway. Year of Rail. I mean, Year of Rail, we are all looking for the Year of Rail as a fantastic opportunity to communicate, and to communicate in a very simple terms, that the people will understand that the rail is there for you. So we build the railway for the customers, whether on freight or on the passenger side. For that, of course, what we will need to have the Shift2Rail future joint undertaking established in a balanced way, as again we discussed, both from the stakeholder perspective as well as geographic. Yes. So I will try to help as much as I can myself with that, and then we can reach the perception of the public. Then I will use the Henrik's words from the yesterday.
You make rail cool again.
Let's make rail cool again. Yes.
Let's make rail cool again. That's a fantastic way of putting it. Can I get back to Bardo? Perhaps the same question.
Yes, well, as a takeaway, I would say clearly the importance of collaboration and the willingness and I mentioned what Libor said, but I would say really willingness to work together and to make sure that we have really results and deliverables that are benefit for the community as a whole. And as far as the Hero Rail is concerned, well, it's really a fantastic opportunity indeed to communicate how rail is cool, but also to target those citizens that normally don't see rail really, or they have a kind of old-fashioned idea still of rail. And there is Shift2Rail, I think it's, or the success of Shift2Rail will be the perfect channels also to pass the message that actually rail is really up to the technology and is ready for the future. It's really a unique opportunity to do that. So and we will support Carlo and his team whenever is needed to pass this message.
And what about the European Year of Rail? Because this will be another key element. What would you like to see from the European Year of Rail?
Well, I mean, more awareness. I mean, as a result, of course, I mean, all of us, we have our, let's say, own communication strategies and our members, of course. But all in all, I think the basic idea or the basic, would say, objective would be really to create more awareness of the, as I said before, I mean, on what the, how good and how technology advanced could also be rail. So it changed the perception of the users regarding the idea that they may have about trains, about rail.
Okay, thank you very much. Daria, perhaps I come to you. What are the key takeaways, the main key takeaways that we can get from you?
I would focus on 3 points. So first of all, we should focus that everyone is included, that all rail actors are included in the next research program. So second, that everyone has opportunity to be in the governance of this process. The third, that that anyone who can't don't have such capabilities as the big actors, that they would have other opportunities, institutional funding to be in the system, in this process. And regarding the European Year of Rail, I would focus on the success stories because we had so many stories how urban rail reshaped the cities, reshaped the regions. And I would focus that we need to promote this success story and really show that rail is the backbone of mobility and urban rail is backbone of urban mobility.
Yes, we should talk about the success stories.
Yes.
Be more an ambassador of rail.
Absolutely, much more positive. That sometimes we are looking too much in what doesn't work instead of thinking that every single day we transport millions of people. True. In the urban transport, billions of people, and we have tons and tons of goods that we are transporting for keeping the logistic value chain. But we need to evolve towards being able to address the future needs of the story of the 100-year-old guy. But Philippe, you launch well, first there are 2 questions, but also maybe you can tell a bit more about the Open initiative that UNIFE launched together with some of its members that Henri Poupard-Lafarge presented yesterday also.
First of all, if I answer to the first question on the takeaways, I think there is, from what you say, there is enthusiasm from the rail community. Happy to see that urban rail wants to be more involved in Shift2Rail too. And then there is also a question that I've always been quite surprised by this, is by, and we have a Romanian commissioner for transport and a Bulgarian commissioner for research. It's the fact that the EU 13, not all of them, but let's say part of this EU 13 countries have never shown a big interest in being part of Shift2Rail. So I really hope with 2 commissioners as influential as they are, that now we will have some participants. And you know that we know that Carlo, you've been trying for years and years to bring new members from this part of Europe on board. The second thing is about the fact for the Year of Rail is that we should do like the Chinese when they have the Dragon Year. I mean, we need to have events every month, not only 2 or 3 events in the year, but we need to have things, visits of factories, and we need to have seminars with students. And that brings me to the skills issue. In fact, we are discovering today that there is a kind of shortage of skills in rail. And it's important for us to show to the young people that really it's a sector where the digitalization is now progressing a lot, and they don't come to a sector which looks a little bit old-fashioned. So UNIFE, with some of our members, have launched 2 days ago, a campaign called Hop On for the Planet. Now there's a special website where we have information and where we give information for the young people to say, join the rail sector. There are a lot of interesting that you will be in the heart of the Green Deal. So this Hop Up campaign, which is now open and you can see on the website, aims at bringing all those people back to the rail sector, or to the rail sector, especially when it's about the young people. So, and we'll be happy to see if together with joint undertaking, we could do some things during the year 2021, because this is something concrete. And if you bring new people to our sector, that would be a big success. And if they see that research and innovation is at the heart of the policy of the sector, that would be fantastic.
That's a clear message, I think. For timekeeping's sake, we'll leave it there. Thank you very much, lady, because there is a lady, Darla. Thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Libor, for joining us. And see you back, I hope, in life, real life next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Philippe. Thank you,
Thank
Barbara.
you. Carlo, we're almost at the end of a very packed and filled 2 days event. We asked everybody to wrap up, but I didn't ask you that same question. So what are your key takeaways of those last 2 days?
Well, I'm really glad that at the end we had these 2 days. We wanted to have them as 2 days dedicated to reconnecting the people in the rail system. Unfortunately, we had to do this digital event because the current situation is not evolving as we expected. But it's been a moment really to bring together the people, to communicate, to exchange ideas. And I think many words have been said. From the famous...
Make rail cool again. I'll never forget that one.
This is, I think, is something that will be to be used with moderation, but to pass a strong message. But for me, the most important aspect has been mentioned is that we start to define the concept related to introducing of new technology like automation and digitalization in a much stronger manner. We are not looking only ATO, meaning that we make a robotic vehicle. We are looking at introduction of ATO in the system and maximize the performance of the system. We are looking at key priorities that will increase, as Libor said, but also the other now in the panel on the effectiveness and efficiencies of the overall system.
And therefore we need a harmonization also, that I've heard several times.
Yes, and exactly, the commitment towards harmonization that has been put on the table many times during the 2 days, and more strongly by Joseph Doppelbauer and Matthias Rute at midday, I think was a clear message. And you can see exactly the evolution of these, as I said before, the sector reappropriating itself of the overall system and committing to move it forward together.
Yes, I felt a commitment. I felt a readiness to do this together. And that's something new, perhaps.
I'm not sure it's so new, but I think the difference now is that we have the instrument to deliver it. I think this is really the key important aspect. The question is, at the end, we can have a lot of ambition, but if this ambition is not matched by the resources to deliver this, it's extremely difficult to achieve such type of commitment. I think now we have the correct framework. We have the constellation are aligned to a certain extent, no? Into which we have the commitment, we have the different interests that are colliding, clearly, because they're different interests, but at the same time, the understanding of working together and the benefit.
And the importance of doing it together.
Exactly. And now we have also the resources and the instrument to achieve it. So now we don't have excuses. Now is a commitment to achieve it. And during these 2 days, I thought a lot about, do we do it again, this research, Shift2Rail Innovation Days? And my takeaway is that, yes, and I hope next year to have it in person, to have a big audience in front of us, to have a discussion, also much more dynamic. Because
it's building bridges, in fact. Yes.
Exactly. And this is one of the key images we have in the movie about the Shift2Rail teaser about the European Year of Rail is the bridge where a train is passing, connecting two parts of. I think this is the key message we want to pass. Rail is there to connect people, is there to connect business, is real to connect the freight, is to connect Europe.
Europe and the world, perhaps.
And the world, when we arrive.
We can look big.
And also what we have seen is that we have pushed the boundaries. Yesterday night we have the event dedicated to Hyperloop, that we know that there is a lot of discussion going on, but well, it's a new coming technology and something that will be changing. Now the question is, how much it will change, how much it will materialize. We heard the deadline 2030 and so on and so on. So, and also there we saw the push, the initiative, the courage to do these type of things. I think these are all strong positive messages about the role that rail would like to have in the future years.
Yeah. What's the first thing that you will do with the successor of Shift2Rail? What's your first priority?
Open a bottle of champagne?
Yeah, second priority.
No, I think the second priority is really to put it in motion, to put the machinery in motion, not to lose any time, to be sure that day one we are ready to start with the sector, with the company who have committed, but also the other beneficiary. As Daria said, Daria said, not all will have the possibility to be in the high-level commitment requested in a partnership.
All included, she said.
But we need to be inclusive, okay? And this brings back us to the question of how we integrate better U13. Philippe said before, we did a lot of effort to do it, but well, we need to be clear. We were not so successful to a certain extent. We have been limited success. We have a limited success. So now the question is how we reinvent the way of participation, how we reinvent the inclusiveness. And once again, it's not depending only on resources. It's depending on commitment, depending on sharing the same objective, and all the steps together.
Yeah, and what can they expect from you?
I think the expectation from us should be that we are there to listen the needs that they are, and to bring the different system that we heard are different, are different level of different evolution, to bring all this system at the same level and be sure that we will be listening what is needed. But also, not to misunderstand, we need to have one system. We will not go to address we will go to address local issues, but to realize one network. I think this is the fundamental message. So we need to have and accept and believe, not in the compromise of the minimis, but in compromise to maximize the performance of the network.
Yeah, I think we've heard also the difficulties with the nation states in comparison with Europe, the European level. How could we convince the different nations to cooperate more, to make more choices for rail?
I think the choices are there. I am much more positive from this point of view. I see also in the recent meeting organized by the German presidency recently, the informal meeting of the Ministry of Transport on the commitment towards this connectiveness inside the European network. So I think we have the correct, as I said, we have the correct framework to move on. I hope that there will be the resources that will match the expectation as all the sector is asking for. But if we don't have this level of resources, I think we need to have the courage to go on and to make the change happening. And this is really, we have to be smart in this and rethink the way to do it, maybe.
Okay, that's a clear, strong and positive message.
Yes.
And perhaps we can conclude with building bridges, as you told us.
Yes. Absolutely. I think this is really the idea. And maybe we can conclude with a small video to show it.
Okay, let's watch together, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. some more questions. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. And with this video, we can close this two-day event, and you will agree on this one. It was fully packed, but certainly inspiring. As for me, it was an honor to be your host. Thanks to everybody who participated. Thanks to all the great panel members and moderators. And of course, thanks to you, our fantastic audience. Carlo.
Well, first of all, thank you to you, Indra, for being a great host of this 2 days event. We have lived a lot of experiences during these 2 days. And I would like to thank you, all the panelists who have been with us during the 2 days, high-level panelists, all the colleagues that have been running the webinars during these 2 days. And we have seen the European Year of Rail teaser video that is the launching point of the European Year of Rail. I think we will come back in 1 year with these type of events to reconnect.
And so
together.
we're ready to make rail cool again. That's the one to end. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Have an excellent weekend and see you next year in live.